All right. Good evening and welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors regular meeting on September 18th, 2025. We have 6 p.m. closed session, 7:30 p.m. open session. I'll now call the meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. and we'll do roll call. Member, get over there. Smith is here. Member Feiler here. Member Shaw
Here.
Member Travis
Here.
and Member Akashi.
Here.
Thank you. And then B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on September 18th, 2025. I believe we're going to have a motion with some proposed amendments.
I make a motion to approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on September 18th, with the exception of tabling items for presentation and discussion, presentation E and presentation F. I second that.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I was just gonna note that for everyone's knowledge, those items, there is information available via the executive director, but we're just planning to table them until October, given the length of other items on the agenda tonight. So with that, we'll move to, where's the vote?
It's not on there.
Because it's a vote.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. 2, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may not or may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. Speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session?
No.
Thank you. 3, closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipate litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 4 cases. B, public employee appointments, discipline dismissal release 54957. C, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957. And D, conference with real property negotiators 54956.8. And with that, we will move to closed session at 6:05 p.m. All right, welcome back. The meeting is reconvened to open session at 7:40 PM. There was no action taken in closed session. Moving on to flag salute, I will turn it over to Ms. Burdette to introduce our special guest tonight.
I would like to welcome Aiden Chong, a fifth grader in Mr. Anderson's class from OPA SV, up to the podium to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You told me he tells us to stand up.
Let him lead.
We'll just talk really loud and they'll hear you.
Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Face the flag.
Thank you.
Everyone's on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chong. We really appreciate you joining us tonight and great work. All right, moving on to recognitions, staff, length of service, and Dr. Fricker.
Good evening tonight. To recognize our staff for the length of service here at OPA. This recognition represents something that is both very deeply meaningful to us here as the administrative staff and the leaders of OPA, but also to our fellow staff members who will be recognized. This is the formal recognition of the board, and then we will recognize them at the November 7th Professional Development Day by reading off their name, and also the years of service that they have accomplished in years of 1, 3, 5, and 10. Speak about to excellence and pursuit of academic and personal growth, and for every champion serve that is true for the staff that serves those students. The student success stories, the staff passion, care, commitment, and check so the staff members who have 10 years plus service.
All right, so I'd like to congratulate the following staff members with 10 years plus of service here at Oxford Preparatory Academy: Sarah Tano, Robert Barton, Heidi Smith, Heather Franey, Bianca Buss, Jen Moffitt, Ann Allen, Jessica Woodruff, Rachel Nakaoka, Christina Ream, and Garrett Bridges. And we are looking so forward to recognizing everyone else at our November 7th PD Day. So congratulations to everyone. Appreciate all of the work and hard work that you put into all of our scholars here at OPA.
Item.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you to all those that we just recognized for sticking it out with us. Let's keep up the good work. We'll go to recognitions B, California Distinguished School Award, and again, Dr. Fricker.
Good evening. I'm in an honor to stand before you to Starbucks Alabama, your SV, for being 2025's California Distinguished School Award. Thank you so much for being the fearless leader. This recognition reflects the beating heart of the school community. This distinction is reserved for schools that demonstrate excellence and student achievement. Student potential to academic excellence. Power consumption and community development. Signature um, should ensure that every student or champion is challenged, supported, and celebrated. With this recognition transmission of Oxford Preparatory Academy to develop the same training and standards, parking, and honors of each individual student or champion. To power and head, um, to entire to celebrate this award with you. So congratulations so much.
You're gonna give me a free microphone in a few minutes. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Fricker. Thank you to the board. Thank you guys for supporting us. Really, this couldn't be done without all the staff, teachers, students, families, all of the dedication we have from all of the parties involved. We made huge gains over those last 2 years, and it's the first time Saddleback Valley has been a distinguished school 2 cycles in a row. So here's to trying to make it 3 in the next 2 years. So thank you all again, and a huge shout out to all my staff and families and students in virtual world. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another. Do we have any comments on agenda or non-agendized items? No. Items for presentation and discussion. A, Brown Act Public Records Request Act and Ethics Training by Jerry Simmons at YMCA.
Jerry Simmons, a partner at Young, Minnie and Core LLP, a law firm specializing in education law and prominent leader in the school choice movement, will conduct a training on the Brown Act and Public Records Request Act and ethics to ensure Oxford Preparatory Academy's governance is transparent and compliant.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm just going to share my screen now so that you'll be able to see the presentation. Are you all able to see it now?
Yeah.
Perfect. So this evening I'm going to be doing a training for you. This year, the law requires you and every other charter school board in California to do a 2-hour training on the topics that we're going to go over this evening. At the end of which you will be issued certificates that you completed the required training, so that your authorizers will be aware that you did all participate and do the required trainings. Obviously, the training that we're going to do tonight can't substitute for personalized legal advice based on, facts and situations that may exist. So if you have specific facts or questions, although I'll do my best to answer them as the presentation goes, just be aware, that having all the facts is obviously essential to providing that kind of advice. Just a tiny bit about our firm. We champion outstanding choices in education for all students. And we believe that quality public education is a civil right. So, it is our goal to work and fight alongside you to ensure student needs are always put first. Most of the people who work in our firm have some connection to education. We're In my case, I'm a charter school parent, but I also have an education degree in addition to my law degree. And many other folks at the firm are former teachers, or they are former special education directors, or they have some other kind of connection to the education field in addition to being attorneys. So first up, we're going to talk about what is ethics. So in the ethics training that we're going to be doing tonight, we're going to have all of these different legal requirements met that were put in place by Assembly Bill 2158. So as we go along here, we're just going to go section by section, and you'll see our progress as we move through the presentation topics. So first up, what is ethics? The Assembly Bill 2158 and its corresponding requirements don't really cover philosophical moral dilemmas like the one you see here in the graphic, right, of who should you save. That's really not what this is about. What we're talking about here is ethics in the context of being a public servant and managing public tax dollars that have been entrusted to you to manage. So why is it that the legislature thought every charter school board in California should have this kind of training? Well, it's because there's been a lot, and I mean a lot, of newspaper headlines that have dealt with ethics issues going on in the charter school space or school district space. And those have included things like embezzlement, profiteering, public funds being just outright taken. And just to give you a sense, it just goes on. And I could have literally filled probably 50 slides with newspaper headlines about different incidents in public education where we have had issues. And so, the legislature really said, okay, it's not just that we want cities and counties trained, now we want all the school board members trained too, in the same kind of level and same degree, because we see that there's a gap, right? And people are not understanding what they should be doing in these different situations. So we want to make sure everyone has a much more comprehensive training in hopes of preventing this. Now, I don't know to what degree this training prevents fraud per se, because sometimes the folks who are bad actors, they tend to just, have a bad moral compass, right? And so telling them what they shouldn't do doesn't necessarily change their behavior, right? But what it does do is it makes sure that no one is inadvertently by mistake, right, committing a violation of the laws we're going to talk about tonight. So I think it has value, at least as to preventing mistakes. So in this context, what the legislature is hoping that you'll have as a takeaway is that it's your job to promote trust in government, and that's by being trustworthy, being fair, by avoiding the appearances of impropriety, by taking responsibility when there's some sort of issue at the charter school that there's been a mistake of some kind. And then by showing respect to members of the public who are footing the bill for all of Oxford Preparatory Academy's operations. So these are the core topics that we're going to be talking about tonight. The concept that service on a charter school board is not intended to be for personal financial gain. In fact, quite the opposite. You are serving out of the kindness of your heart, right? Because you believe that that you're doing good things for kids and you're making the community a better place. And so it's really coming from that heart of service that someone sits on a charter school board. Transparency, we're going to talk about a lot of different transparency laws today, not just the open meeting law, but also the Public Records Act. And this is one of those key areas. We're going to talk about fair processes and the obligation that you have to provide due process to people who have complaints that they file with you. We're going to talk about uses of public funds, both appropriate and inappropriate. And then we're going to talk about bribery and gifts. They kind of go together hand in hand, because sometimes when people give you gifts, what they're really trying to do is curry favor with you in hopes of getting a contract or something like that. And so that is highly, highly regulated for government agencies, including charter schools. So in California, we have a complex set of state and federal laws that guide you as well as your staff in their service to, in your case, Orange County. As complex as those laws are, what's really important, I think, for people to take away is that hopefully your bar is not just the minimum that the law sets, but rather hopefully you're really thinking about things in terms of just being a good human being, treat other people with respect, to make sure that there's no appearance of impropriety, right? So, the difference here in the context in California versus sort of a more authoritarian sort of government system is that people here are governing in a democracy because the people have said, either through election or through appointment, in your case through appointment, that you're appropriate officials to govern the agency upon whose board you serve. You are essentially stewards of the decision-making process involving everything that touches the school, right? And that involves everything from what students are learning, how student discipline occurs, the terms and conditions of employment for employees, all those sorts of things are your decisions to make. So why is this stuff so important in the charter context? Well, unlike other public agencies, charter schools are really unique in that you have to come up for renewal at the very least every 7 years, and more commonly every 5 years for most charter schools. And so, when you come up for renewal and there are some sort of significant fiscal or governance factors, one of the things the authorizing school district can do is that they can actually deny the petition. And that's true even if you have outstanding student test scores and student outcomes. So, these ethical concerns are, just as important as the academic and fiscal performance of the school at the time of renewal. You can also have your charters revoked, where you have either committed some sort of material violation of the conditions or standards or procedures that are set forth in the charter, where you've failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles, where you've engaged in fiscal mismanagement, or where you have violated any law. Look how broad that is, right? Incredibly broad. So before an agency can revoke you, they have to provide you notice and an opportunity to cure that violation. But oftentimes what we see is that breaches of ethics or appearances of impropriety lead to investigations that lead to findings that the charter school has done one of these things. And so that's why it's important to always have these ethical considerations at the forefront. Aside from revocation or non-renewal of your charter, there could be all kinds of other serious consequences, right? One is you could be removed as a board member. Another is that you might face some loss of employment. Another might be, that you might face some sort of a criminal investigation, prosecution, jail time, things like that. And if you're wondering, like, well, is Jerry just fear mongering here, or is there like a real potential that something like that could happen? Well, I can tell you in Orange County, in fact, there was someone successfully prosecuted for felony conflict of interest law violations. And your county district attorney is particularly diligent in prosecuting public officials for violations of these laws. So, absolutely, it can and does happen, even including with charter schools. You could face administrative investigations by agencies like the Fair Political Practices Commission, that's responsible for enforcement of one of the laws we're going to talk about today. And they have the power to fine you personally for your failure to comply. And so, and the agency can't reimburse you if you get fined personally. So, definitely, you can face consequences in that area as well. And it goes without saying, of course, that hopefully that you could face civil litigation when people are perceiving that you're violating the law in some way, and also that you can face reputational harm, right? And so when a charter school gets in a situation where it's made the headlines, it can take years and years to restore public trust following an incident like that. So today, here's our training roadmap of what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about transparency laws, laws that pertain to personal financial gain, laws that apply to bribery and gifts, laws that apply to uses of public funds, and laws that apply to fair process. So first up, we're going to start with transparency. And of course, the cornerstone of transparency for all local public agencies in California is the Brown Act, which is the state's open meeting law. So we're going to talk about this first in the context of answering 6 questions. What's the purpose of the law? What is a meeting under the law? What are the notice and agenda requirements? What are the public's rights at your meetings? What are permissible closed session topics? And what are the penalties and remedies for violating the law? So this language is right out of the open meeting law, and it sounds like a founding father probably wrote it 250 years ago. Very fancy language here. But really, the bottom line is that the open meeting law is designed to foster broad public access to all local government agency meetings so that they can remain informed about all of the different issues that are being discussed by you. So it accomplishes its purpose by ensuring that the public is given notice of meetings. And if you just think about this logically, I mean, all of us are, represented by a lot of different local government agencies, cities, counties, school districts, charter schools, sewer districts, utility districts, public hospitals. I mean, there's so many different agencies who make decisions about how to spend our tax money and make decisions about how to serve us as members of the public. We can't possibly spend our time going to every single public agency meeting of every agency that represents us and serves us, or we would literally never be able to go to work and we'd never be able to raise our kids, right? So the idea of the agenda system is to put people on notice so that they can decide what's going to be maybe that one super important meeting that I'm going to go to this year, or maybe this decade in the case of some of us, where something's on the agenda that really is going to impact me or impact my family or impact my neighborhood in a way that I care so much, I'm going to show up and have my voice be heard, right? That's the idea, so that we don't all have to go to every one of these meetings. Now, all local government agency meetings, including yours, have to be open to members of the public, with the exception of the closed session portion of the meeting that we're going to talk about a little bit later. Note, though, that transparency doesn't mean chaos. These are still your meetings being held in public. And so one of the things that sometimes members of the public don't understand is they show up thinking this is like a town hall meeting where they can exchange in a back and forth Q&A with you. This is not the case, right? This is you are conducting public business in front of them, but they don't have the right to insert themselves into Q&A sessions and things like that. They do, as we'll see in a minute, have the right to speak to you on items that are on the agenda, as well as items that are not on the agenda. But they don't have the right to do that in an unregulated format that causes chaos at your meetings or causes you to not be able to get through your meeting agenda items. The charter school can always set requirements that give greater access and participation to members of the public, but you can never have lower standards than the ones we're going to talk about tonight. Okay, so for example, if you decide you want to, you could post your agendas a week in advance if that's what you really wanted to do. That's not required by law, but you could have a longer posting period if you wanted to. So what is a meeting now? That's the question too. What is a meeting? A meeting is any time a majority of you hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business relating to the charter school. So here, this presentation, for example, is on the agenda that's published for members of the public because it's important that they know what you're hearing about. If they don't know what presentations you're hearing, then of course they have no ability to understand how that might be shaping the decisions that you make as public officials on their behalf. And so that's why even hearing a one-way presentation like this is still required to be agendized so that other members of the public can also hear it and so that they can provide you information that maybe contradicts the presentation or gives a unique or different perspective on the same topic. So what are exceptions to definition of a meeting? Well, a majority of you could attend a public conference of general interest. This would be something like the State Charter Schools Conference, for example. And a majority of you could be at some other body's public meeting. This might come up, for example, in a school district where they're voting to renew your charter or not, or they're voting to revoke your charter or not. It might occur in front of a city council, which might be considering a conditional use permit for you or a zoning change for you or something like that. And the idea here is that those other agencies posted an agenda to put the public on notice that they were going to talk about an item related to Oxford Preparatory Academy and have described to members of the public what that item is. So there's no need for you to also post an agenda because the public has been put on notice by them. Okay. And then a majority of you can attend purely social or ceremonial gatherings. Okay, so this would be things like graduation ceremonies, promotion ceremonies, maybe, as you get to know each other as board members, you might be invited to, a Christmas party or, a wedding or something like that. Any of those things are fine. As well as the other two, so long as school business is not discussed, right? So if you're going to go to the Christmas party, totally fine. Just don't talk about school business while you're there with a majority of your colleagues, okay? Committees. Committees in general always have to follow the Brown Act, right? There is a very narrow exception to this general rule, but just know that 99.9% of the time, all of the rules we're talking about today are also going to apply to committees of the board. And that means you're going to have to post agendas and those sorts of things. Now, I said there was an exception. It's here on the right-hand side of this slide. If it's an advisory committee that has no ability to make decisions, if it's composed solely of members of the board, so no staff and no parents, no students, no general community members, if it's less than a quorum of the board, which for you is only 2 members because you have a 5-member board, and it's not a standing committee with continuing subject matter jurisdiction. It has to meet all 4 of those tests in order to not have to post an agenda. So you can see why in almost every case, a committee is going to have agendas posted. Serial meetings are prohibited, and this is basically the exact opposite of what you all are supposed to be doing. It's anytime a majority of you outside of a noticed meeting are using a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business relating to the charter school. And, what are series of communications of any kind? Text messages, emails, phone calls, in-person conversations, or any combination thereof, right? So, for example, if Amy was to have a conversation with Delight over the phone, neither one of the two of them could subsequently send an email to Betsy, for example, on the exact same topic. Because that would be a series of communications about the same topic relating to school business outside of a meeting. So what should you do? If you have an item that you want to bring forward, ask to have it placed on the agenda. And that's how you can have a conversation with your board colleagues at a meeting. There's also a limit on unilateral communications, and this is really a rule that applies to staff of OPA, right? Regardless of what level of employee they are, all the way from the executive director down to the most junior person in the organizational chart. Um, they are all allowed to answer questions that you may pose to them, even if, for example, maybe they get the board packet and all 5 of you have the same question on the same agenda item. You can all ask staff to answer your individual question, and they can answer all those questions. The only thing they can't do is they can't tell you the comments or position of any other member of the board, right? So they can't say, oh, I just got off the phone with Betsy and I know she agrees with you. Or they can't say, like, oh, I just talked to the board chair. She's really headed in a different direction on this one. That sort of comment is improper because it violates the rule against unilateral communications. All right, some special rules apply only to us as charter schools, which were uniquely singled out for this treatment. No other public agency has to do this. But every one of the schools that you operate is considered under the law a teleconference location. So if you are not physically at that particular school site, then that school is a teleconference location, and members of the public can show up there and they can hear the board meeting, and they have the right to participate in the board meeting from that location. So if somebody wanted to give a public comment and they were located at your other school site, they could, ask to give a public comment from there, and you would be required to hear them remotely, sort of like you're listening to me now, but it would just be at your other school site. Okay. The other thing is that you're required to meet within the county in which your students are, a majority of them are physically residing. So for you, that is absolutely going to be Orange County. Okay, this next thing we're going to talk about is remote participation in meetings by board members. Man, this thing has been every year they have changed the rules on us since COVID started. And the legislature, I still haven't gone back to look because we had a bunch of other legislation pending that was directly related to charters. But this year again, the legislature was considering changes to teleconference procedures for public officials. And so who knows whether the governor will agree to those changes or not. So for now, these are just the options that are part of the law now. Know that the rules could change again come January 1 if the governor decides to support changes. So we call these the basic or traditional teleconference rules. They're the easiest ones to follow for reasons that you'll see in a moment. So whenever possible, you want to utilize these traditional rules if you need to participate in a meeting, not in person, okay? So first up, all votes have to be taken by roll call if you have even one member participating by teleconference. So that means that they have to call the name of each member of the board and wait for you to vote yes, no, or abstain, right? And then they call the next board member's name and then the next one and so on. Obviously, this takes longer than a simple, like, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. That moves much faster, right, than a roll call vote. So, but we're required to do it this way in the event that anyone's participating by teleconference. Also, the agenda has to be posted at all teleconference locations. So this means that if you're running late, you're stuck on the 405 freeway, you're running late from the office to get to the board meeting, you cannot call into the meeting from your car. Why is this? Well, because we didn't have an agenda, posted, and even if we did post one on your car window, somewhere on the 405 freeway is not going to allow members of the public to participate from your location, right? Like, how are they supposed to find you? Um, each of these teleconference locations has to be identified in the notice of the end agenda, which means you basically have to have the address where you're going to be calling in from listed on the agenda. Now, you can call in from anywhere in the globe. So if you are on vacation in Europe and you just feel like you want to spend your time at an OPA board meeting during your vacation, yes, you can do that if you really want to. I recommend you just be on vacation, but it's fine. If you want to, you could. You just have to make sure that that address where you're going to call in from is noticed. Um, and you have to post it at that location. So if you're going to be at the Hilton in Paris, you've got to post the agenda at the Hilton in Paris, and it's got to be posted there the entire posting period. Okay, we'll talk about how long that posting period is in a minute. Now, members of the board also, members of the public rather, have the right to address the board directly at each teleconference location. So if a member of the public showed up at the Hilton in Paris, then yes, they would have the right to participate from there. And you might think, well, that will never ever happen. But years ago, I was at this Santa Clara County Board of Ed meeting, and one of their members was in Waikiki on vacation, and he was the swing vote on several items that were on the agenda that night. And everyone knew he was the swing vote. I mean, walking into the meeting, other members had publicly announced their positions. And so it was clear he was the swing vote. And you guessed it, a member of the public was in Waikiki and decided they wanted to participate in the meeting from his location. So they went there and could not figure out where he was. And worse, the agenda was not posted there. And so it created an immediate problem because people realized the teleconference rules had not been complied with. Nobody thought anyone would actually check at the hotel in Waikiki, but someone did in that case, and so it became a problem. And then finally, a quorum of the board has to participate from within the school's jurisdiction, and this has been defined as Orange County in your case because your schools are all located in Orange County. So, so while two of you could be somewhere else in the world, anywhere you like, three of you at least have to assemble in Orange County somewhere. Now, there is a second set of rules for teleconferencing, which is much more complicated. I note up front, it's only available for use until January 1 of 2026, right? Which we're approaching, right? So what I'm going to touch on these topics, but mainly I've included these slides for your future reference in case it becomes relevant in the next few months for some reason. But, these are set to expire. So it allows relaxed video conferencing requirements for members' personal emergencies as well as for just cause. And in this case, the key difference between these rules and the standard or normal rules that we just went over is that it allows you to have a member be video conferencing without any obligation to identify the location on the agenda where they're calling in from, and without any obligation to allow public access to that location. The idea here being that if it's a true genuine emergency or just cause as defined and as we'll see in a moment, many of the locations where someone would be calling in from are perhaps not going to admit members of the public. So, there's a number of additional special rules that apply in trade for those two minor flexibilities. And these additional rules make things a lot harder. So a couple of things here. One is the member has to participate through audio and visual technology. So just a telephone won't be good enough unless you've got a video on your phone. Okay. And it's only allowed if a majority of you participate from a single location that is within your jurisdiction in Orange County. Okay, so this one is tricky for that reason as well. Under the standard rules, that quorum could be at multiple locations in Orange County. As long as a majority of you were somewhere in Orange County and you had listed all those addresses on the agenda, that would be enough for the remaining two to participate from anywhere in the world. Not true here. A majority has to be at a single place. Now, emergency circumstances means a physical or family medical emergency that prevents a member from attending in person. So if it is not a medical emergency, it will not be an emergency circumstance, full stop, right? There's just no other thing that is defined as an emergency under the statute. Now, what you have may be just cause, though, which is a second category here. And just cause includes childcare and caregiving needs of the family members listed there on the slide, a contagious illness that prevents a member from attending in person. This is, by the way, not just COVID, right? Although it was written in that context, it is not limited to COVID. It could be any contagious illness that prevents you from attending. There's a need related to a physical or mental disability as defined in law and not otherwise accommodated. We had a situation like this come up for another client recently where they had had surgery, and as a result of the surgery, they were not permitted to drive for some number of weeks. And so this was a disability not otherwise accommodated. So it fit here. And we're like, okay, that's just cause. Or you're on travel while on official business, either of this board, so when it says governing board, that's you, or some other state or local agency. Okay, so maybe you work for a city or a county, or you're an appointed official of some local agency or the state. Well, if you're traveling on their behalf, you also get just cause treatment. So if it's an emergency, you have to make that request to participate as soon as possible. You have to make a separate request for each meeting in which you want to participate due to an emergency. And if it doesn't allow sufficient time to place the proposed action on the posted agenda, which again, if it's a true emergency, it probably never will. You're probably unlikely to know a week in advance or even 72 hours in advance that you might have a heart attack 3 days from now. Like that's just really not the way things work. Right. So in such a case, which will almost always be the case, the board can take action at the beginning of the meeting, even if it's not on the agenda, to approve or perhaps deny your request to participate due to emergency. Now, you might wonder, well, why the heck would I ever deny a request for a board colleague to participate if they have a true emergency? Well, you'll see in a minute that once these rules are triggered, there's some special nuanced requirements that you might worry might prevent you from getting through the board's business in a timely way. So we'll get to that in just a moment. So there are some requirements in terms of total caps on the number of times that people can utilize these video conference provisions. And so here are some additional requirements, right? We've talked about number one and number two. In terms of the virtual meeting requirements, you've also got to let members of the public know how it is they're to participate in the meeting if they want to participate once this provision is triggered. And so in order to do this, you'd have to have language on every one of your agendas just in case someone might want to utilize this provision, okay? And then strangely, and for no reason that anyone can explain to me whatsoever, if you utilize this particular provision and there's someone 18 years of age or older who is present with you in the room, then you have to disclose that they are present and the general nature of your relationship with any such individuals to members of the public, right? So, awkward. I mean, super awkward invasion of privacy in my mind. Because if an adult were to show up at your board meeting where all of you are sitting now, they don't have to tell you their name. They don't have to tell you if they're a parent or a staff member. They don't have to tell you their address. They don't have to tell you why they're there at all. They could just come and sit there, listen to your whole meeting, and get up and leave, and you'd have no idea why they're there. But if they happen to be in the room with you when you utilize these procedures, you've got to disclose their presence. All right, so agenda posting. You have to post that agenda in advance of the meeting, and it has to include a brief description of each of the items that you are proposing to discuss or vote upon. With very, very few exceptions, if an item is not on the agenda, the board simply cannot discuss it at all. So unlike some other nonprofit you might have been on the board on in years past where you could just sort of add items randomly to the agenda, such is not the case here. You have to make sure it makes the official posted agenda in almost every case. But what are those exceptions? Because people are inevitably, they ask, well, what are those exceptions, Jerry? Well, if a majority of you determine that an emergency or a dire emergency exists, right? Now, this is extremely rare because you can imagine that I'm going to have to defend why it is that you couldn't even wait just 24 hours to call a special meeting of the board, right? And so I'm going to have to explain that to a judge if you're challenged. So it better really be an emergency or dire emergency, or we're going to lose, right? That's the pro tip. So we better be able to say that there was a wildfire coming toward your campus, or there was a flood, or there was some extreme risk to life or property, right? That justified why it had to be done right now, tonight at your meeting. Another option would be if 2/3 of you agreed, or if 2/3 of you weren't present, a unanimous vote of those who were present, that there was a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the whole agency, meaning the board and staff combined, um, only after the agenda was posted. So this is not to cover the sort of circumstance, for example, where the board secretary unfortunately made a mistake, misunderstood, and an item got left off, or there was a cut and paste error when the agenda was being put together and just a mistake was made. That will not be covered here because obviously, if it was intended to be on the agenda, someone knew it should have been there. So what are you going to do in those circumstances? You're going to call a special meeting of the board, which you can do with 24 hours notice if you've got some mistake like that that gets made. So the agenda item was posted for a prior meeting of the board that occurred less than 5 calendar days prior, and at that prior meeting, the agenda item was continued to the meeting at which action is taken. Now, for years, I did not know why in the world what is this even about? I didn't get it. And then I was serving for some time as president of a community college district board. And we came upon the exact circumstance where this made sense, which was that we had sat through, I don't know, 7 hours, I think, of public testimony on a particularly controversial item. And we did not want to sit through 7 hours of testimony again at our next meeting. But it was also like 2 in the morning and we all wanted to go home and we needed some time to reflect on everything that people had said. So what we did is we called a special meeting within that 5 days and we continued the item. And the idea was that we could pick that item up where we left off. So public comment was already closed. We had heard from the public and we now just got to move straight to board conversation and then a vote without having to reopen public comment all over again on that item. So that was the idea behind this one. Again, very rarely sort of used scenario. Other things that you might be able to do without having it on the agenda, you can provide direction to staff if, for example, a member of the public shows up during public comment, you can say, staff, could you please look into this, report back at the next meeting. You can provide brief responses, you can have clarifying questions, like, ma'am, which school, which OPA campus does your child attend? Just because you're trying to understand and get context for what they're saying to you. You might have an announcement like, hey, we don't have a place on the agenda for announcements, but graduation ceremony is happening next Tuesday. I hope everyone can come, 6 o'clock here, that sort of statement. That's just an announcement. That's fine. And board members can always identify future agenda items. Now, this does not mean that you are substantively discussing the matter. It means that you're just determining, hey, I'd like this item to be on a future agenda because it's not covered by anything, but it's come up now in the context of this item that is on the agenda. And I see that the agenda item isn't really going to allow us to discuss this here because the public wasn't on notice. But now that this issue has been raised, I do want to talk about this at a future meeting. So 3 kinds of meetings you can have. You could have a regular meeting where your agenda is posted 72 hours in advance. How do you know what is a regular meeting? Well, it's your agenda, it's your schedule of meetings that you adopt as a board once a year. You determine when those regular meetings fall. And most of our clients adopt some sort of regular cadence, like we meet the first and third Wednesday of every month at 6, or something like that. But it doesn't have to be that. Like if your meeting happens to fall on a holiday or something like that, you can pick a different day. And as long as it's in your board calendar, it's a regular meeting. Now, a special meeting, this you can call with 24 hours notice, and you can do almost anything at a special meeting. There's very few things that you can't do at a special meeting, but there's a handful, and we'll talk about a couple of those. And then an emergency meeting, I've only literally had this come up once in my entire career that a charter school has been able to do this. And it was triggered because one of the things that can trigger it is work stoppage or a crippling natural disaster. And we had a situation where there was work stoppage because we had a strike by teachers at the school, and that created work stoppage. And the school leader did not have authority under board policies to hire substitute teachers. And so we needed the board to come together and to vote to hire substitute teachers to ensure that students were appropriately supervised and taught. All right, so where are we going to post these agendas? Now that we know we have to have one, where are we going to post it? Well, we're going to post it in a publicly accessible location. So if somebody rides their bike by at 3 a.m. In the morning, they have to be able to see the agenda posted. So it can't be inside of an office building or that's locked or something like that. If you have a website, and of course you do have a website, it's required to be posted there on the home page and a prominent direct link. And of course, if one of you is participating by teleconference, as we discussed before, it's also got to be posted at the teleconference locations. You've got to have a brief description, which is generally less than 20 words to describe what it is. The main thing is just try to make it understandable for a member of the general public who doesn't have 6 years experience sitting as an administrator or a board member, right? We're trying to make it so that they understand what is going to be discussed. For closed session items, the Brown Act contains the exact language that you're required to use for any reason that you can be legitimately in closed session. So you literally cut and paste it on the agenda and you fill in the blanks. And this is what staff actually takes care of for you during the preparation of the agendas. Now, if you do have a closed session at a particular meeting, you've got to provide notice in advance of the closed session why you're going into closed session, which is just simply verbally saying what's on the agenda. And then when you come out of closed session, you need to make a report on any action that was taken in closed session. So executive compensation. This may seem like a weird divergence from the rest of the agenda stuff, but I have it here because it's a Brown Act requirement. This was put in place because a city, not a charter school, had a situation where a number of their high-level executives were being compensated outrageous amounts of money that were far, far in excess of market rates. And the legislature decided, how can we prevent this in the future? Well, maybe one way we can do that is we can require that executive compensation can only be adjusted at a regular meeting of the board, never a special meeting, because we assume more members of the public and more media might likely to be present at a regular meeting than a special meeting. So for you, you have to think about your executive director, you have to think about department heads. All those folks are the people to whom this provision applies. And you've got to report their salary or the salary schedule that they're on, as well as the cost of their benefits in an oral report in open session prior to taking any vote to approve changes. Also, under IRS regulations, you also have to exercise due diligence to ensure that the compensation is reasonable by doing a compensation study of similar positions. All right, votes of individual board members have to be made in public, and they have to be publicly reported during the meeting and in the minutes. So, that can be just as simple as a hand raise, as I said earlier. It's just that members of the public have to be able to see who voted each way. Your board minutes should include all material motions and votes, even motions that fail, because it's just a record of what occurred at the meeting. Now, what are the public's rights at your meetings? They have the right to provide you public testimony subject to time limits that you set. They have the right to tape and broadcast from your meetings. So absolutely anyone can hold up their iPhone and they can tape things you're saying, or they can broadcast directly onto social media things that you're saying. So just be aware, anything you say at an OPA board meeting is fair game. It could be on the evening news. And we have absolutely had many times over the years, board members' comments at board meetings be aired on the evening news when controversial subjects have arisen. You can have no conditions on attendance for members of the public. So they're not required to be a citizen. They're not required to be a voter. They're not required to be a parent. They're not required to be an employee, etc. Anybody, if they have a pulse, they have a right to be at your meeting, full stop. You're required to utilize non-discriminatory facilities. Now, where this comes up most commonly is when you have a board member maybe calling in from home, and maybe there's stairs at the front of their house, which is not wheelchair accessible. Something like that is the most common issue with non-discriminatory facilities. Members of the public have the right to copies of agendas and other public writings. So the board packet that you receive, they have a right to see that for open session items only. So if you get a matter like maybe you get an attorney-client privilege letter or something like that, obviously that is not distributed to members of the public because that would relate to a closed session item. You must provide double the time for public testimony to any person who's utilizing an interpreter to ensure equal opportunity for them. Now, all of these public rights, you'll see start to get balanced by your ability to conduct your meetings. And as I said, this is not intended to have chaos at meetings, right? Like you still have the right to get through your agenda items. So a few years ago, in the midst of the pandemic, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1100, and it authorizes the board chair or their designee to either remove or cause the removal of an individual from your meeting if they are disrupting it, right? Now, that might happen because they're failing to comply with reasonable and lawful regulations or policies that are adopted by you. Or it could be that they're engaging in behavior that constitutes a force or true threat of force. So what would be examples of that kind of thing? Well, I think if somebody, for example, were to walk into a meeting with a gun, that might be viewed as a true threat of force, right? It's an intimidation tactic. But before you can remove that individual, the chair must warn the individual that they are disrupting the meeting and that their failure to cease that behavior may lead to their removal. Okay. Now, even though the law says that at that point Amy could remove somebody from the meeting as chair, right? I never recommend that the board chair do that. And the reason why I don't recommend that is because you know the person's going to say, "Oh my gosh, it was excessive force. Now my arm's broken, or now I've got a sprained ankle, or whatever." And I never want to have the board chair, in this case, Amy, be in a place where, you know, she's facing personal litigation or something like that. Like there's just no reason to put your chair in that place. And for the same reason, I wouldn't put any staff member of the school in that place, right? Because the same thing's going to happen if you instruct a staff member to remove someone. So instead, you know, best practice is recess the meeting for 5 or 10 minutes. See if you can just get cooler heads to prevail by just giving a little space and time. And then restart the meeting, see if you can get it going again without the disruption. If the person continues to disrupt the meeting to such an extent that you just can't do your business, at that point, call the police, right? Just call the police and let them enforce removal. And then that way, the lawsuit's going to go against the city and the police officer and not against the school and your employee, right? That's a better place to be. Now, on closed sessions, once you're in a closed session legitimately, one of the most important things for you to know is that no board member, staff member, or person you've invited in a closed session can disclose information from that closed session without your permission, right? And I can only think of one circumstance where I've ever had a client disclose information from closed session with a vote of the board, right? And that circumstance arose because there was a criminal investigation going on that involved the school, and evidence that of what was discussed in closed session, the date, the time, and the specific material that the board heard was evidence that those board members and the staff of the school had not committed a crime. And it was a very bizarre fact pattern, but it came up once. And so that was the only circumstance that I'm aware of, again, in my entire career, where a board has voted voluntarily to disclose information out of closed session. Okay. Um, Now, why is it so important that you not disclose this information? Well, because if it relates to an employee or a student, you know, a discipline matter, for example, then that disclosure of information would be a breach of that person's right to privacy, right? If it relates to a negotiation that's going on, whether that be with an employee or a landlord or something like that, obviously revealing what the board is willing to settle for means that's become the new floor in the negotiations, right? And you lost the opportunity, you lost the bargaining advantage of being able to strategize in closed session and try to get the lowest dollar amount, the best deal for the public, in other words, right? And so that's the balance here is they're saying, look, we want to protect people's right to privacy. We also want to protect the public agency's right ability to get the best deal. Why? Because this is not just anyone's money, it's the public's money that you are negotiating with, right? So that's the balance here of we want transparency and less. One of those two factors is at play. So there's 6 reasons you can be in a closed session as a charter school board. Personnel is the first one. And so this includes a number of subcategories, you know, when you're hiring, when you're interviewing, when you're evaluating, when you are disciplining or releasing an employee. Real estate negotiations. This is when you are meeting with a realtor or someone else who's been designated to represent you on, you know, purchases, sales, or lease of real property. Labor negotiations, this is where you're meeting with a labor negotiator to talk about what it is that you want to offer to one or more employees who work for you. The public security exception. This one is designed to allow you to meet with either your legal counsel or a long list of law enforcement agencies to discuss threats to public facilities. So this one was originally intended really as sort of a 9/11 response. But actually, where it has been used so far by public schools is in situations where students have posted on social media threats against the school or against school employees or against other students. And unfortunately, we have seen an alarming increase in those kinds of incidents occurring. And this provides a way that the board can meet and can talk about it and can say, okay, are we comfortable that we have all the systems in place to ensure student safety, to ensure employee safety, and to do that confidentially? Because, of course, if you talked about that in open session and the potential perpetrator could be online watching it on YouTube, then of course, that's a terrible nightmare because it would leave the school with inadequate security, right, for everyone. Obviously, you can meet with legal counsel to talk about either anticipated litigation or actual litigation, right? And then lastly, you can meet to talk about pupil discipline. So this is suspension or expulsion of students. So what happens if you have a violation of the Brown Act, one of the rules that we've talked about today? Well, if you don't cure that violation, then a plaintiff could go to court and they could ask to have your action declared null and void. They could get injunctive relief to prevent you from having that violation occur again. And they get what's probably most painful of all, they get their attorney's fees paid. And why that is so painful is because the attorneys who do these cases are almost exclusively at really large downtown LA and San Francisco firms. And so I will clue you in that their rates are about 3 times mine per hour. And so it's really painful because they can run up a 6-figure bill by blinking, basically. And it's extremely, extremely painful for a public agency to have to take that money out of the classroom where it should have been spent on kids and have to pay somebody like that to get an upgrade on their Ferrari when they already have 3 in the garage. So it's just a really bad optic. So anyway, also, if you are intentionally violating the law, and I'm going to underscore that, intentional violation of the law, right, where you're depriving the public of information that they have the right to know, then you can actually face misdemeanor criminal charges for that as a board member. So if you make a mistake, that's one reason why it's always better to just acknowledge the mistake and cure the violation. I never want to see people get into litigation or, be in a situation where the DA is looking at something when we could have just done a simple fix by calling a special meeting of the board and discussing and voting again. Like it's really that simple in almost every case. And then, of course, as we talked about before, any violation of law could support revocation of your school's charter, in your course, charters, because you have 3. So we obviously want to avoid violations of the law for that reason as well. And we want to make sure that if there's a violation, if an inadvertent mistake happened, just cure it. So before someone can sue you, they have to send one of these notices and demands, and you have 30 days to respond. So just make sure you reach out right away and we'll help you put together the meeting and get the cure so that this will just go away. Okay, so I know it seems intimidating that we only have one issue crossed off, but I swear that's the longest of the sections. So the others will go much faster. I knew you were thinking it. Don't even lie. I knew you were thinking it. So Public Records Act. Okay. So I'm really only covering Public Records Act sections that I really think are relevant to you as board members. Because when members of the public ask for public records, those are going to be processed by Dr. Fricker and her staff, right? So most of this is really staff's obligation to respond to these things as they come in. But there's a few things that I just think as board members you really do need to know, right? One is that it's a fundamental right for members of the public to have access to OPA's records, right? That's the general rule, okay? So when we get a request, we start here in blue with the receipt and review. There's an initial response in 10 days where they're saying, the agency just has to say, we either do or we don't have records that respond to your request, right? And then we process those records. What does that mean? Well, we have to make sure there's no social security numbers produced. We have to make sure there's no, personal information produced, things that are confidential for some reason. Then we have to prepare that final response and produce it ultimately to whoever requested it. So a request can be in any form, and one of the most common violations of the Public Records Act is someone will show up at a board meeting and they will say, I'd like a copy of fill in the blank. The minute they've said that, you have a Public Records Act request on your hands and you have an obligation to respond to it. So it doesn't have to be in writing, is my point, and it doesn't have to be somehow in a formal setting to staff. It can just be an informal remark at a board meeting, and we have an obligation to follow up and to do that, right? Now, what are public records? They're any writing containing information relating to the conduct of the public's business that's prepared, owned, used, or retained by Oxford Prep, regardless of its physical form or characteristics. What does that mean? A writing isn't just a writing. A writing could be an audio tape. It could be a videotape. It could be, a text message. It could be an email. It could be a database. It could be any number of different forms, right? And here is that extremely long list of what a writing could be, includes pictures, all these other different things. And now you know why I am going to address this with you is because we had the City of San Jose versus Superior Court case back in 2017, and it provided that a city employee's writings about public business are not excluded from the Public Records Act simply because they've been sent, received, or stored in a personal account. Right? And so where this has come up is people have their personal cell phones and they're texting school employees, for example. Yes, if you use your cell phone, even if it's a personal device, and you text a school employee, that is a public record the minute you've hit send. Okay? If you send an email, even if it's from your personal email on your personal computer at home to a school employee, it is a public record the moment you hit send. So, moral of the story is don't hit send on anything that you don't want on the front page of the Orange County Register, right? If you have any doubt about that, don't hit send, right? That's the time to reevaluate before you even send it. Because once it's sent, if it in any way relates to the school, it's going to become a public record. All right, so what can members of the public do if they want to enforce their rights? Well, they can go to court. And unfortunately, again, what do they get if they win? Attorney's fees. And who are the attorneys who bring these lawsuits? You guessed it, the same people I referred to earlier who do the Brown Act claims. Yeah, they do the Public Records Act stuff too. And their billable rates are going to be north of $1,000 an hour probably, and you're going to be paying through the nose. So what's the moral of the story? We want to be responsive. We want to provide all the records. We want to be transparent. We don't want to get in a battle with someone over this. So unless we feel very, very confident that an exception to the Public Records Act applies, we're going to probably lean on the side of disclosing something, right? So that we avoid the fight. So, some pro tips for you for board members specifically. We think it would be ideal if employees and board members use school issued email accounts for all communications that touch on public business. Now, why is this? Well, because if I get a Public Records Act request from someone for all emails between members of the board and school staff relating to fill in the blank, what that's going to do is I'm going to come to each of you and say, I need access to your personal email so that I can run this search. And there's nothing that makes anyone feel more uncomfortable than turning over their access to their personal emails, right? Because it's just, it's our personal email. It's understandable. We exchange all kinds of messages every day with people that, we wouldn't necessarily want the whole world to see. And sometimes, you get into situations where people mix communication messages, right? Like maybe they're writing to a school official who happens to be a good friend and they're talking about school business. And as they're talking about that, then they start discussing other personal things, right? That they maybe wouldn't want disclosed to the whole world. So just be really thoughtful about that. Keep your school communications, school related communications, really just focused on that school business. Don't mix with other personal. Don't make personal disclosures, to employees of the school via email, things like that. And then we strongly discourage board members from discussing public business on social media. And that's because obviously all of you, most of you at least, are parents. And so you might be part of parent Facebook groups or things like that, right? But if even one of you decides to comment on something and a majority of you are members of that Facebook group, you create the potential for Brown Act violations due to serial meetings, right? We discourage employees and board members from using text messages to communicate about public business. And time again, what I will tell you is that people they just aren't thinking as they're writing a text message. It's such an informal way of communicating, and people are thinking it's a private message. We've had really unfortunate things like, people after a renewal hearing, texting other school officials to say something like, gosh, that superintendent, he was such a jerk when he said X, Y, and Z during the hearing tonight. And then we've had to make that text message public, at which point, what that member of the public did is they ran to the superintendent and were like, look what board member so-and-so at the charter school said about you. Just be really, really thoughtful about what you put in writing as members of the board and as staff. And then you want to make sure you've adopted a records retention policy that addresses how long you retain all records at the school, including but not limited to emails. We've gotten through 2 topics. All right, personal financial gain. All right. So a conflict of interest arises when you've got some sort of a private financial interest in the outcome of a decision that's going to be made by OPA. And then you either participate in that decision-making process, or you influence other board members or staff, or you just attempt to do it. It's sort of like attempted murder. You didn't actually succeed, but you attempted it, and that's still bad. When you have one of these situations, what I'm going to tell you is one of the worst things you can do as a board member here is have a conflict of interest and not follow the conflict of interest laws. Why? Because this is one of the areas where you can face felony criminal charges. And as I said, yes, there was a board member in Orange County, not affiliated with your school, but in Orange County, who was successfully prosecuted under these conflict of interest laws. So, I mean, if you're going to pay attention to any part of my presentation tonight, this is the most important part, is knowing what you cannot do in this area, okay? So what are the types of financial interests that are regulated by conflict of interest laws? Well, ownership or investment in a business entity, right? Which then what? Might enter into a contract with the charter school to provide it goods or services. Investment in real property, which might be close enough to one of OPA's campuses to have its value impacted either positively or negatively by OPA being there, by OPA expanding enrollment there, by OPA declining enrollment there, anything. All the decisions that relate to that could impact a nearby parcel's value, right? You can imagine that if you owned a gas station down the street and there was a conversation about should we increase enrollment here or over at that other OPA campus, you'd have a conflict because, man, if there were 500 more parents driving by your gas station every day, you'd want to do that. You'd want to have those parents be there. And so that's why it's a problem. If you own a home, by contrast, it might be considered a detriment because now you've got all this additional traffic, people parking there, blocking your driveway in the morning, all those sorts of things, nuisances that can happen. So that's why real property that you own in the area is relevant. You have a source of income. Most commonly, this would be a job, right? So if you work for some employer and that employer is proposing to do business with OPA, we have a problem. Your business that you work for, even if you don't own it, even if you're not investing in it, this is a sort of a third category. You work there, that's a problem. Or it's there's a source of gifts, right? Remember when I told you gifts can sometimes look a lot like bribes? And so you have to be really careful about gifts because you have to report gifts, and you want to make sure that you're not having to report something embarrassing, like you got a gift from a textbook company or something like that, because what's that going to look like when 2 weeks later you cast a vote on what textbooks are going to be used in the 8th grade. It obviously is going to be a really bad look, and it's going to cause people to investigate, right? Why is this board member voting on this thing, and 2 weeks prior they got Niners tickets? It's not a good look. Or catch-all. It has some effect on your personal finances that doesn't fit in one of those 4 categories above. And there can be all kinds of just weird circumstances and fact patterns that can arise. So we've had situations, for example, where maybe somebody's cousin is the one who's going to financially benefit, not themselves, not their spouse, not their kids, but maybe a cousin. And you'd say, well, how does that then affect the personal finances of the board member? Well, it might not normally, because like I don't live with my cousin, but in a particular case, there was a fact pattern where that first cousin was living with the board member and paying that board member rent to rent a room in their house. And in that particular fact scenario, yes, it mattered because that cousin getting compensated by the school then meant that the cousin had the money to keep paying rent to the board member, who was renting because they were renting a room in the board member's house. So there can be fact scenarios like that. And that's what I'm talking about with regard to this last category. There's some effect on your personal finances that doesn't fit into one of those above 4, but some fact pattern like that arises and you're going to benefit indirectly. Note that financial interests of your spouse, a registered domestic partner, or other immediate family members typically are covered, and they are what we would say imputed to you. So it's as if you had that financial interest yourself, as if you were invested in that company yourself, if your wife or husband is invested, right? So you ought to watch out for scenarios like that and always be thinking about, is my spouse indirectly financially impacted, or is my spouse's stock impacted, or is my spouse's employment impacted by this decision? So Government Code Section 1090 is the most stringent of these conflict of interest laws, and this is the one that someone was successfully prosecuted for in Orange County. It involves a public official, that's all of you, all members of the board and all management team members, and you are making a public contract for the sale or purchase of goods or services, and where that public official has a financial interest in the contract. Now, in the case of a board member, if a board member is the public official who has that financial interest, the entire organization is prohibited from entering into the contract altogether. Even if it's the best price, even if you went through a bidding process, even if it's the best value, even if it's the only vendor within, 20 miles who provides that service, tough. You can't enter into that contract. Right? And what you've got to do is look for a different vendor in that case. So note also that making a contract is defined very broadly. It's not just the actual vote to approve the contract. It's the earliest planning and discussions relating to that topic. So, for example, if the board were to have a conversation about, we've got to, renovate some facilities at that campus over there, and maybe we need to hire an architect. Well, it's going to be a problem for you to participate in that conversation if your spouse is an architect and wants to submit a bid to do the architectural work. And why is that? Because we don't want public officials to be in a position where you write bid packets or you place conditions on award of contracts, right? Where only your spouse's company would logically have that equipment or could logically do it in that amount of time or something like that. Because it basically stacks the deck so that your spouse is going to get awarded that contract down the road. And so that's why you can't even be part of those preliminary conversations. So if you sense that you have any kind of circumstance where, like that, you have to avoid participating in the discussion altogether. So always best to err on the side of recusing yourself altogether. And what does that mean? You have to actually get up and leave the room. It's not enough that you didn't participate in the discussion or vote. You have to actually leave the room. And the reason for that is because all the assumption is that if you're in the room, you might let out a deep sigh, you might eye roll at a board colleague, something like that. All of those kinds of body language things, even if you don't use words, are interpreted by the courts as attempts to influence your colleagues. This is going to be the toughest standard to meet. In addition to it being a felony, the contract is actually void. And so why is this super bad? Well, because that company has probably provided goods or services to Oxford Prep, and now they have to pay all the money back that they received from Oxford Prep. So not only might you be in state prison, but the party who benefited from this is going to have all that money pulled back away from them to back into Oxford Prep's coffers. And that might bankrupt that company or at least do them significant financial damage. All right, so under the Political Reform Act, which is the second statute we're going to talk about today, it's very, very, very similar in terms of when it comes up, right? And really the analysis here, I always start with the 1090 analysis because if the contract is prohibited outright, then we just stop there. We don't even look at this statute, right? But there are some exceptions to 1090, and often those exceptions come up in the context maybe of a contract with a nonprofit agency, for example. And I'm not saying that all contracts with nonprofits are exemptions. I'm just saying the most common sort of exemption is often relates to that scenario. And if that happens, then we have to look here at the Political Reform Act, very similar provisions, okay? But the key difference under the Political Reform Act is that the remaining board members can approve a contract if there's an exception to 1090 that applies and that board member has not participated in even the earliest conversations, discussions, or votes relating to that matter. In addition to all those issues about votes, the law requires you to have a conflict of interest code, and that states who has to file Form 700 forms. All of you as board members have to file Form 700 forms. But in addition to you, you get to designate certain employees who have to fill it out as well. And those are going to be the employees who are responsible typically for purchases or sales of goods or services. Your Form 700 has to be filed within 30 days of you being appointed to the board, once annually by April 1st, and then within 30 days of you leaving the board if you have a circumstance where you have left the board either due to resignation or your term ending. If you fail to file, and that failure to file is deliberate, it's not a mistake, right? Like this is intentionality is being shown. Then you can face criminal charges by the Attorney General or the District Attorney. When does this come up? This comes up when, and yes, believe it or not, things like this have happened before, where public officials might make some sort of public statement that they have no intention of ever filing this form. And obviously, if you make a public statement like that, you're asking for, law enforcement agencies to take a look at you, right? you can face, that sort of criminal charge, or you can face fines by the Fair Political Practices Commission. So if for some reason any of you hearing this are thinking, oh my God, I didn't file my form, then absolutely please file your form as soon as humanly possible, so that we don't get into a situation where someone can argue that you were deliberately and purposefully or intentionally failing to file. All right, and then we have this prohibition on common law conflicts of interest. This is a prohibition against a public official who is creating an appearance of impropriety. Now here, this is no financial interest is required. So a great example of this comes up actually with relative frequency, is a charter school board member is in a situation where maybe their own child, is up for some student discipline matter. Well, obviously, you can't put the interests of the school ahead of your own kid in an expulsion matter. So you can't participate in that discussion or that vote, even though you don't have a financial interest in it. Obviously, you have an interest because your child is involved. All right, we're halfway through the topics, but way more than halfway through the content. So bribery and gifts. A definition of a bribe is to persuade someone to act in one's favor, typically illegally or dishonestly, by a gift of money or other inducement. Okay. So when does a gift equal a bribe? Well, these are the kinds of questions that a court will look at. What was the intent of the giver and the receiver? Does the giver have business before the board? Are they, for example, a proposed vendor or a current vendor? Is the giver attempting to influence a particular decision? Is the receiver participating in some sort of quid pro quo? Like, if you do this for me, I'll do that for you, right? Could a gift have the appearance of a bribe? Is it a gift or a bribe, a financial interest under 1090 and the Political Reform Act? And the answer is absolutely. Gifts are disclosable, and gifts over certain dollar amounts are outright prohibited. Okay. Now, Penal Code Section 68 talks about, asking, receiving, or agreeing to receive any bribe, right, is a problem. And not only is it the punishment potentially 4 years in prison, but in addition, you forfeit your office, employment, or appointment, and you're forever disqualified from holding any office, employment, or appointment in the state of California. So hugely limiting for you. You also don't want to bribe other public officials. And so be really cautious in the context of, land use decisions relating to the school and charter renewals related to the school. Don't offer school board members or city council members anything, right? Just be a member of the public. Make your best case that approval of this project for the school is in the best interest of the community. Don't be doing anything other than that. Now, the general rule is you can't accept more than $590 from one source in a calendar year as a public official in California, and that includes you as charter school board members. Also, the general rule is that gifts worth more than $50 must be reported, and that's true whether it's one gift or it's aggregate gifts from the same source in a calendar year. Okay, meaning, example, somebody takes you to Taco Bell 10 times, well, that's going to cross $50, right? So be thoughtful about, the cumulative value of gifts. Now, there are many exceptions to both of those general rules, and we're going to talk about those before anyone panics, okay? So special occasions like birthdays and holidays, you can receive gifts from anyone other than lobbyists if the gift giving and taking is proportional. So if someone is taking you to a steak dinner for your birthday, you can take them to a steak dinner for their birthday. That's equivalent. Now, if somebody takes you to a steak dinner for your birthday and you take them to Taco Bell for theirs, that is not proportional. Okay, hint.
What size balloon to get you?
So, inheritance is always okay because dead people are obviously not trying to bribe you, right? They're leaving you money because they love you. This incredibly long list of family members, including the spouse of your first cousin once removed, can give you gifts because we assume that they love you and that's why they're doing it, as long as they're not a lobbyist. Okay. Best friends forever. Those long-term friends. Maybe this is a college buddy. Maybe this is, we all have friends that we've had for a long time. As long as that gift giving and taking is proportional and they're not a lobbyist, they can do that any day they want. It doesn't just have to be your birthday or a holiday. It can just be, hey, I thought of you when I was vacationing and I brought you back this, whatever, fill in the blank that I thought you'd like. That's fine as long as it's proportional and you do similar things for them. And then finally, if you're in a bona fide dating relationship, and that is not defined in the regulations, so I will leave that to your imagination. But if you're in a bona fide dating relationship and they're not a lobbyist, then also that's okay. Now, what does that mean? Never date a lobbyist because they'll never be able to give you any gifts, and that would be a shame. So I care for you. I want you to get gifts on all the many holidays and special times, and so you should never date a lobbyist. Um, now I want to talk about returning or donating gifts versus reporting gifts. Okay. So if you receive a gift and you keep it, or you receive a gift and you give it immediately to someone else or some nonprofit or something like that, right? The minute you receive it and you either keep it or you give it to some nonprofit, you're going to have to report that gift on your Form 700. So it'll look just as bad if that textbook company gave you Niners tickets and you turned around and gave it to some great school employee who's really been going the extra mile. You still received it, and so you're still going to have to report it on your Form 700, and it's going to look terrible. So what should you do instead? Return the gift. Return the gift. Or you have one other option. You can donate it to a nonprofit that you are not affiliated with, meaning you're not on the board of it, you are not an employee of it, right? And where you are not receiving any personal benefit in trade. So if you wanted, for example, I'm just trying to give you an example, maybe you got Niners tickets and you wanted to donate those Niners tickets to the Monterey Bay Aquarium and you're not on the board there and you don't want to work and you don't work there. There's no connection with you. You're just doing it out of the kindness of your heart. I mean, yeah, you can do that. Do I think that's a good idea? No, it's a terrible idea. Terrible, terrible idea. Because what's going to happen when people inevitably they find out. Eventually, everyone always finds out. Okay. And when they do, they're going to launch an investigation and they're going to want to know where did those Niners tickets come from. And when they find out it's some textbook company, it is not going to be good. And it's probably going to be on the front page of the register. So don't do that to yourself. You're going to embarrass yourself. So always, 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 always return gifts. I had a rule when I was on the community college board. I did not even let people take me to lunch because I didn't want to have to disclose it on my Form 700. I didn't want to have to track it. And I didn't want to have to ever explain who I had lunch with or why I had lunch with them. So it's like, I just didn't even want the appearance that someone was in any way trying to influence any decision that I would make as a board member. So I just never accepted anything like that, so that I would never be in that kind of position where someone could look adversely. Okay. We've beaten gifts to death. Um, so these are typically things that are not relevant to charter school board service. So why am I going to talk about them? Because the law says I specifically have to go over these 5 things with you. So to meet the training requirement, I'm going to tell you there's mass mailing restrictions. So don't send a mailer to all of Orange County. Profiling Delight, right before she runs for mayor or something, right? Like that's what this is about, right? There's a ban on honoraria. So you cannot be receiving payments made for speeches, articles, or attendance at public or private conferences, conventions, meetings, social events, meals, or gatherings. So that's prohibited because you're a public official. There's also prohibitions against acceptance of free or discounted transportation. Why? Because the Constitution says so. Who put that in the Constitution? Who the hell knows? But it's there, and I have to tell you about it. Okay. There's also a bar on related to the receipt of campaign contributions. Okay. Um, and so you have to be mindful of those. And there's a 1-year ban on influencing an agency after you leave your board seat or your employment here. So you can't leave your employment and then start calling and lobbying that your spouse's firm get hired, or things like that. It's inappropriate for a year after you are out of office. So we've now covered 2/3 of our items, a few left, which will move even faster. All state, federal, and local funds received by charter schools are considered public funds. Why does that matter? Well, because they have to be used to support the educational mission of Oxford Preparatory Academy. All donated funds that come directly to you are considered public funds upon receipt. So you have to comply with all of the requirements on how you spend public money when that private dollar gets deposited into OPA's bank account. For each transaction, you should be thinking about how would the tax-paying public view the expenditure, and would they view it as necessary to support public education? If you're questioning whether the expenditure is appropriate, if you even think, well, maybe I should call Jerry and ask if Jerry thinks it's appropriate, you already know it's inappropriate. Don't do it, right? Like, you don't have to call me. If you have a gut feeling that it might be bad, it's bad. Don't do that, right? Now, do public contracting and bidding laws apply to charter school expenses? Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. It depends on what the particular expenditure is and what was the source of the money. So, for example, if you receive certain state funds for facilities, then it will apply to those specific expenditures coming out of those funds. Misuses of public funds. You cannot use public resources or funds for campaign activities or personal purposes. And Penal Code Section 424 creates felony charges for people who are in charge of the receipt, safekeeping, transfer, or disbursement of public money. That's all of you. That's all of you. Everyone there is in charge of this, right? If you then appropriate them for personal use, you keep false accounts, or you willfully obstruct lawful payments. All those things are terrible, terrible things that can result in felony charges. And in case you're wondering, yes, we have had actually a number of charter school administrators and board members be prosecuted for Penal Code 424 violations. So again, in addition to conflicts of interest, anything that relates to how you spend money, you better be able to justify that it had an educational purpose and that it was serving that educational purpose. And of course, hopefully it goes without saying you should never embezzle money. That means you're like taking money from OPA and using it for your own personal use, right? That's a whole separate felony. We don't want to go there. So there's a general prohibition also against lending or gifting public money. So I don't care how great the local SPCA need is. You hear that they've got hundreds of extra dogs after the LA wildfire and someone needs to help them. Sorry, not with OPA money. Not with OPA money. It may be a very worthwhile cause, and you may feel very sad looking at the cats and dogs on TV that night, but you cannot use OPA money to meet that cause because all your money has to be spent on educational mission. So there has to be a nexus to the charter school's public purpose. Purely personal items or money benefiting an individual without any consideration are never okay. So for example, paying for a board member's vacation or the CEO's gym membership, no, 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 no. Let's take a look at what FCMAT, the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, says is a sample of unallowable expenditures, which have come up again and again and again in multiple charter school audits as problems. A social gathering where a meal is provided for employee recognition, such as a teacher appreciation or a secretary day, absolutely prohibited use of public money. Contributions or donations to religious, community, charity, or other nonprofit groups. Again, that's the cats and dogs example I gave. No can do. Purchase of flowers for a personal gift. Maybe this is, some teacher's spouse died. Absolutely, you cannot use OPA money to buy those flowers. Now, if people want to donate money privately for that, fine, absolutely, but not with OPA dollars. Giving of flowers or items to convey compassion, sympathy, or meet some perceived moral obligation. Somebody worked the last 4 weekends in a row, both days, because there was some emergency. Sorry, they get nothing special using OPA money. Okay. Obviously they get probably overtime if they're entitled to overtime. Let me just put that caveat. But they're not just going to get a gift. Presents or gifts to anyone, including employees, volunteers, or students. So one of the most common violations here is scholarships for students. No can do with education dollars. Alcohol, holiday or other staff parties or picnics, or employee reimbursements for mileage from their residence to their place of work. Okay, those are all expressly things FCMAT says are prohibited uses of education dollars. Here's a list of things that are allowed. I'm not going to go through all of these things and read them to you. You can read it at your leisure, but just note there's some things that are allowed, but it's because these things have a nexus. They meet the nexus test and they are in furtherance of the public's interest, right? Now we're almost done. All right, fair processes. In every decision that you make, you have to uphold anti-discrimination laws. They obviously protect all protected groups, regardless of whether that's disability, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, religion, sexual orientation, or any other characteristics that's contained in the definition of hate crimes. Okay, so you cannot allow any of that discrimination to occur in any program or activity that's conducted by OPA, or that benefits from or receives state assistance, or that enrolls students who receive financial aid. In any circumstance where a board member acts as a fact finder, what does that mean? Where you're determining what were the facts of a particular incident. Okay. Courts have recognized that you have to avoid being biased. And so what does that mean? You can't be taking calls from individual employees or individual parents and being in the position of like, oh, I promise I'll help you with that. I promise I'll look into that. That does sound unreasonable to me. I'll be sure to ask staff to, not to never do that again. Those kinds of statements are demonstrating statements of bias, right? They're reflecting that you've already made up your mind. So what should you do if somebody comes to you with a complaint? You say, time out. I appreciate so much that you have this complaint, and Oxford Preparatory Academy has complaint policies that apply. I want to make sure that you follow those complaint policies. Start at step 1 of the appropriate complaint policy and move your way through. At the very end of the process, the board of directors may hear an appeal from you. And for that reason, it's super important that I not hear all of the facts and circumstances around your individual matter, right? Because I'm going to be potentially that impartial decision maker at the very, very end of the process if you are unsatisfied with what staff is proposing as resolutions to the issues you're raising. Doctrine of incompatible offices. This applies when you have a public official, that's all of you, who are holding 2 public offices at the same time and where they're incompatible with each other. So we presently have some litigation going on right now because there's an executive director of a charter school network who is sitting on a county board of education because the public elected him. But, many folks are unhappy about this and have filed suit. And that's just one example, but there could be a number of others, right? Like you just want to avoid a situation where you're in 2 public offices at the same time. Now, having said that, I'd be thrilled if any of you decided you wanted to run for legislature someday. That would be great. It's just that if you win, you have to get off the Oxford Prep Board. Okay, you can't be in both places at the same time. All right, nepotism. another topic I'm required to talk to you about. So the idea here is the appearance of or actual favoritism in employment, appointments, contracting, or decision making that's based on family or personal relationships, right? You want to avoid that sort of appearance, and the best practice is to implement and enforce a policy that ensures that there's no nepotism in all of those kinds of decisions, right? So we have a lot of clients who just say, you know, if you're related to a board member, we're not hiring you, right? Like we're just not, because we're not going to put ourselves in a situation where you're going to have a board member be your supervisor, essentially. That just leads to a lot of concerns and problems down the road. And now you'll see we've completed our training. So with that, I will just make sure before we close out that if there's any questions that any of you have as board members, I'm happy to take a couple if you have any. If not, I also know you have a long agenda.
Questions? Jerry, it sounds like it's clear as mud. No questions.
Great,
You did a great job.
great. Well, you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I know you got a lot of important work to get done. So good luck to you on all the rest.
Thank you. So I know it's getting late, but I want to propose we take 2-minute recess. If anybody needs to stand or have a break otherwise, and then come be back in 2 minutes. All right, back from recess at 9:36, and we will move to item for presentation and discussion, item B, chancellor's reports. Invite up Mr. Recting, Dr. Wise, and Mr. Wright. Wow.
Thank you guys for having us up. The topic of tonight's episode of the Chancellor Report is going to be on our MIs. So Mr. Wise is going to pass out some quizzes for you because as our OPA leaders and as all of our OPA students at the beginning of the year, what did they take? They had to learn their MIs. And we do it every year because, as you know, over time, kids' MIs change. Why the personalities change. They grow up a little bit. They get a little older. So this is your opportunity. So I won't have you take it right. I mean, you can take it right now. But next time we present, we'll need to know your MIs so we can tailor our presentation to all of your MIs. So, you know, if you are bodily kinesthetic, there might be some push-ups involved in our presentation. So just, you know, as you're marking these up. You know, as you know, multiple intelligence are a cornerstone of what we do here at OPA. It's one of the main things we talk about when families come through. We talk about all of our students being unique and gifted learners, and they show that through the multiple intelligences, right? So one of the big things is our assessment of our MIs, right? You all have the quizzes now and some pictures here of our students taking their quizzes over the first couple days. And as parents, all of your champions took their MI quizzes. So hopefully you know what they are. Hopefully they came back and reported them. But it's interesting over time, especially those of you that have the little ones, how they change over time. And those of you that have been here for a long period of time, you know that they change, and we'll, over the next 10 years, see some of them change. So our professors do a great job of using this information, getting the students to know what they are, and really focusing not just on the lessons, but also getting the students to understand how they learn and the way they learn the best, right? So they are posted in classrooms. We got some more pictures. And Mr. Rectine and Mr. Wise are welcome to jump in here at any time and help me out.
Especially on the last part there, despite the various ways that we do assess them in MIs, the results magically do come into how they learn. So in kindergarten, one of the things I learned was we give the parents the survey, because when you survey a kindergarten, they like everything. So they're strong in all 8 areas. So the parents would survey, and then you'd be like, wow, that they truly are spatial or that. So it doesn't matter if we do it online with paper pencils, big buddies or that, the results do magically mimic what they like in that school.
So in taking this and part of the tailoring and part of what these presentations are going to do over the course of the year is really showcase what we are doing, right? So not just, you know, when you're here, it's not just about what SV is doing. When you're having meetings at SC, it's not about it. So it's about what we all are doing at the same time. So what do? Choice boards, choice walls, right? So here's an assignment and here's multiple ways to show your learning. When I came to OPA, that was one of the things that I thought was the greatest things that we did is offer kids voice and choice into their learning, voice and choice into how they show their learning. And those multiple ways are fantastic. So up here, you've got some examples, obviously, of some of the choice boards. The one in the middle there is a student using Play-Doh to do multiplication. So we're doing obviously 3 times 2 and using those. So which one do you think that falls under? Kinesthetic. We all bodily kinesthetic. A little bit, but yeah. Right. So bodily kinesthetic, just one way. I didn't put it on here, but we had our kiddos outside. Our first graders were writing CVC words. Right. The teachers were saying it and they're writing it in chalk on the blacktop. So if you walk around SV and if your SOC does stuff similarly, you'll see chalk. It's not really chalk art, but chalk writing, chalk work like that. So, you know, all of these are based on ways kids learn the best and getting them out of the classroom in different ways to engage them.
Right there.
Yeah, I think the same appears at the middle school level. All of our champions take their MRI assessments through their social studies classes, so it's shared back with them, and they're used in various ways throughout the classes. One incredible example is our manager teacher, Ms. Chanel Heights, amazing job, offered differentiated instruction in her class, both in the way that instruction occurs and in the way that students can demonstrate that mastery at those assignments. So we have for example that in the bottom right. And so yeah, I think I would say just like at the elementary level, the school sort of a foundational lens through which all of our professionals approach each student. One, to understand the students' preferences and learning styles better. And then also,
and then also creating that greater self-awareness in each student, and that they understand their strengths and other areas that they can continue to develop to continue to learn in more ways themselves.
Good, just self-bar right
Never really felt short until these guys came around. I'll tell you what. And the big thing is, right, we see it a lot at the elementary, but really to show all of you, but also parents at home, parents that watch this perhaps the next day, that this is something we do in the elementary level, but also continued into the middle school, right? This is one of the core foundations of what OPA is. And it's not just an elementary thing. It's not just a middle school thing. It's an OPA thing. So what we also want to talk a little bit about is kind of some of our events and how they fit into our grad profile. Because I think that's important to show that this is something that we use all the time and look at with some of our upcoming events. So if you look at our fall conferences, or we've got our bubble run civic engagement, we got clubs, which build into our collaboration and creativity. So we're really hitting all of these areas with a lot of these events. And I think there's sometimes we just kind of put it out there and assume that everybody knows that it's all tied in. So we're going to kind of do a better job of really showing how it ties into all of these areas, because there really is a lot of thought and preparation that we do around these. And I think part of our growth as leaders is to really showcase that, what are these, why do we do our Fall Family Fun Night or Literature Day or Red Ribbon Week? Like, there is a reason to it, and all those things that make OPA. Now, I won't read through all the events coming, but obviously it's OPA, right? We do all the things, we win all the awards, and here is all the things that we are doing between now and the end of October. Any questions?
How is this getting disseminated to parents? I don't think parents really watch. I saw the honor roll, which was awesome, so it was highlighted there. But is there a way that professors are kind of getting this out to families on their weekly emails so that as families are understanding all this amazing work and how it ties in?
Yeah, and I think that part of that comes from us with our weekly updates and how we're communicating that through the professors. We realize there's probably a hierarchy of the emails that parents read, starting probably with teacher first, and then maybe first is obviously all the communication from the central office, and then the teachers, and then probably the chancellor's messages here at the bottom. But yeah, really trying to be a little more intentional in how we do that, and put that out there, because like I said, I think we have all these things and really just showing how we tie it all in.
Another way that we focus on MIs within the organization is we do have a monthly focus of the month. And so every month we focus, one of them is on MIs. So we do explain to the kids, like this month was all of the MIs. Next month might be on bodily kinesthetic and ways that you can be kinesthetic in the classroom. So we do focus on that every month as well.
Is there, for the middle school, so a lot of this is teacher taught. Is there a way or a plan for this to be taught to the kids to utilize in their study skills?
So that they're able to.
So that they know how they learn, and then they can use that to then study back what they should be, practicing
individually outside of the direct instruction of the teacher.
That's yes.
I can absolutely find an answer for you. That certainly occurs in the direct relationship between the
Yes.
professor and the student. If there's explicit instruction on how to utilize those skills independently away from the classroom setting. I couldn't say tonight, but I can definitely get you an answer on that and come back and describe what is that transition that we're building the skills, not just in a supervised context, but how do you access that on your own?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say thank you because I know since I've been on the board, I've been really hungry for ways we can take our foundational, things that ground us and make us special, like MI and now the champion profile, and be, like you're talking about, very intentional and increasing exposure of all the great things we are doing and tying it all together for folks so it doesn't feel so sporadic, but it really is part of an integrated plan that we're very thoughtful about. So I think this is a great approach that you've introduced to us, and I hope to see more. And like was mentioned by my board mate, additional literacy for parents on how this is showing up in the homework that we see sent home and otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there you got it.
Yeah, shit. We're out of sync. It's like Major League, that's awesome.
And don't forget our homework for come back with this.
Let's start taking the K2.
All right, we'll go to presentation item C, fiscal report from Mrs. Palomino.
Good evening. I will be presenting a quick update on the OPA Middle School relocation budget. So just a quick reminder that this was presented back in July, and so I'm going to be providing a quick update. As far as technology projects, the network infrastructure has been completed. The audio, visual, and honor hall is almost complete. It should be complete by the next week or so. The computer labs, such as the CTE courses, relocation has also been completed. The paging system relocation also completed. And the security surveillance, which is our access control to the middle school, has been completed. The honor hall furniture has also been received. OPA-fying the middle school, such as murals, banners, privacy screens, window film, has also been completed. We still have the signage that is still in progress and not completed at the moment, but it's closer to being completed. A quick budget update here. We discussed this in Finance Committee, made some changes to that September update column. And so what you see here in green are projects that have been completed. As you may notice, there are some cells or some projects that have a $0 amount. And that is because either the project was completed within another project. So for instance, that second project was completed within the scope of the first project. So there was no additional cost to that second project. The purchase of additional outdoor and indoor speakers, originally budgeted at $6,500. There actually was not a necessity. There was no need to buy additional speakers. And so we used the ones that were already available and good to use. So there was no additional cost there. And also that the CommScope patch panels, originally $2,500, that was included with the project above. And we still have some pending projects, such as the VoIP phone services, some additional iPad purchases, additional furniture in the library, as well as the locker room conversion, that are still pending, and you'll see that as showing as pending. And then the branding, as I mentioned in the previous slide, there are some costs associated there, but the project itself has not been complete because of that signage there. And so currently we've spent just a little over $274,000 of the $428,000 spent. And out of our $104,000 contingency budgeted, we've only spent a little over $12,000 there.
And so next steps, we will be discussing and as far as ordering furniture for the library at the middle school, technology projects, pretty much all of them are completed, just with that one, the audio visual and honor hall to be completed, as well as the locker room conversion and outdoor bathrooms. And something that's relatively newer on the list here is student lockers. We will be moving the current lockers that are sitting here at the old Lake Forest location. They will be moved over to the new middle school location. And then lastly, we did have a Orange County Department of Ed sidewalk on August 7th. And if I may have Dr. Fricker speak on that.
The site walk was successful. We did pass all of their inspection points. They did have a checklist for us to make sure that we could commandeer the site in a safe and healthy manner for students, including the fire marshal's report, which was all clear as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a quick one. Thank you for this update. The progress on things like the lockers that we know like might be of high interest to families. Is information about that, and I know that would probably come from you, Rosa, but like is information about that getting out to families with updates on our plans there outside of these meetings, like through Sunday message or otherwise?
We can definitely send them out. We do now know that the time frame for the removal of the lockers here and the installation over there will be in October. So as soon as we get a date of installation, we will, and the quantity is about 400. We did just recently get SVUSD approval to move them and install them in the new location. So yes, we can definitely message that out.
And understand, we don't want to overcommit and under deliver, so careful with the messaging, right? But now that we have some information, that's great.
Yep, we will definitely do that.
Thank you. And so moving on to the fiscal year 24-25 unaudited actuals. And so the way the presentation will flow tonight is we'll go over the budget cycle timeline, what is unaudited actuals, what does that mean? We will be comparing estimated actuals versus unaudited actuals. We'll look at ending fund balances for all three schools. And then lastly, what are the next steps? And so here we have the budget cycle timeline. Ed Code requires local education agencies to submit financial reports at least 4 times a year and an external audit report after completing the closing of the fiscal year. So currently, this is the 4th step in the budget cycle, known as the unaudited actuals, and the last step before the final audit report, which will be presented to you either in December or January of 2006. And so what are unaudited actuals? They are the charter's financial records reflecting transactions from July 1 through to July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, after performing year-end closing activities. The external auditors will audit these financial records and provide an opinion, which will then be submitted to the state by December 15th and presented to you, to the board as well. So we're going to first take a look at the middle school, followed by Saddleback Valley, and then lastly, South Orange County. So with middle school, again, we're going to look at the changes from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals. And just a reminder that the estimated actuals were included in your June preliminary budget packets. And so in case you want to take a look back and reference, that's what I am comparing the reports to. So for middle school, revenues are 1.14 million higher than estimated actuals. We did have slight increased revenues in all categories, but the major one is in the other local revenues, which is primarily due to that loan and asset transfer resolutions back in June as well. Expenditures, they were for the middle school, they were $23,000 lower than estimated actuals. 16,000 of that was in savings and salary and benefits, a slight 2,000 increase in materials and supplies, and about an additional $9,000 savings in services and other operational expenditures. So what does that mean for the middle school fund balance? So when we take all of our revenues and all of our expenditures, all of our transfers in and out, we have an excess of revenues over expenditures of about $1.6 million. And so when we compare that to the from June, there's a difference of about $1.2 million. And that again is mainly due to those both resolutions that you approved back in June. So as of June 30th, then 2025 for the middle school, we have a ending fund balance of $1.569 million. Moving on to Saddleback Valley. Here we have revenues are about $16,000 greater than estimated actual projection. There was a slight decrease in LCFF revenue due to prior year adjustments, and then slight increases in the rest of the categories such as federal, state, and other local revenues as well. Expenditures, we have are about $313,000 higher than estimated actuals. Again, the bulk of this is primarily due to that loan and asset transfer resolution. So what does that mean for the fund balance? The change in the fund balance is about, we are excess of revenue of $184,000. We add that to our beginning balance. We are left with an ending balance at June 30th of just under $5.9 million there. So moving on to SOC, South Orange County. We have revenues of about $78,000 greater than estimated actuals, with a decrease in LCFF revenue, again, due to prior adjustments, increases in the other revenue categories, such as federal, state, and local revenues. Expenditures are about $550,000 higher, and that is primarily due, again, to that loan transfer resolution. So, as a reminder, the asset transfer only was applicable to Saddleback Valley and middle school and not for SOC. So what does that mean for South Orange County? So given all these excess of revenues, adding it to the beginning balance, we end the fund balance for SOC of about $8.2 million as of June 30th, 2025. And here's just a quick recap of those resolutions. The first one here is the loan resolution. So back in June 23rd, 2025, the board approved this resolution and reflected in the unaudited actuals. And so the middle school, the way it's shown on the income statement is transfer in or money coming in of $915,000. And that then will show as a transfer out for Saddleback Valley of about $320,000 and $595,000 for South Orange County. And that other resolution was that middle school assets transfers. So also board approved on June 23rd. And this is also assets and non-asset items going out of the middle school and being transferred over to Saddleback Valley. The bulk of that $231,000 were balance sheet items such as fixed assets, capital assets, and only about $71,000 of that was non-asset items. So things that we are considered as capital expenditure and is reflected on the income statement rather than the balance sheet. So here we have a combined financial data for OPA for all three schools. At the bottom, there is a percentage of the ending fund balance compared to total expenditures. So for middle school, we're showing a 26% reserve. For SV, we're showing a 78% reserve, and SOC an 88% reserve. And as a reminder, the state requirement for this reserve is 3%. And according to our fiscal policies, OPA must maintain an unrestricted ending balance equal to at least 3% of total expenditures. And the board's long-term goal is to increase the unrestricted ending balance for each school to operate to 15% or more by June 30th, 2030. So as you can see, we have met this goal. And so now we have to, make sure we maintain and keep it going above these levels. Here, this is a pie chart of all three schools combined, showing your revenues by source. As you know, the largest is the local control funding formula, also known as LCFF, which is representing approximately $19.2 million or 75% of revenues. Please keep in mind that the in lieu property tax is included in this LCFF entitlement, which is about $16.6 million. And as we know, that is the biggest piece of our revenue stream for all three schools. The driving factors for LCFF apportionment calculations are average daily attendance, or as we know, ADA, the percentage of UPP or unduplicated pupil percentage, which is represented by English learners, low-income students, foster youth, and last but not least, it is also calculated by the cost of living adjustment, also known as COLA. And I just want to highlight that the transfers in for the middle school for those two resolutions is reflected in the other local category, represented as 7% of the revenue. And now here you have a pie chart representing your combined expenditures by object or by major categories. The total expenditures for 2024-25 are approximately $23 million, with 74% of that being represented by salaries and benefits. As we know, education is a service-oriented business where students are served by teachers and support service providers. I would like to make a note that in 2024-25, salary and benefits are lower than average due to vacancies. And so we should expect an increase in the current year, 2025-26. 5% of expenditures are represented for books and supplies, instructional materials, equipment, student meals, just other supplies such as custodial supplies. The 15% of expenditures is represented by services and other operating expenditures such as special education contractors, consultants, legal fees, facility use agreements for SOC, utilities and softwares, just to name a few. 2% is depreciation, and then that 4% transferred out is representing the middle school resolutions for the loan and for the asset transfers. And lastly, next steps. So for fiscal year 25-26, the first interim report is due by December 15th. And so we will bring to the board updates to our budget compared to our adopted budget, which was back in June. We'll update our actual enrollment, update staffing, attendance rates, and we'll show its actual expenditures through October 31, 2025. And so then, as mentioned before, the 2024-25 financial audit report will be presented most likely in January, but it will be submitted to the state and by December 15th. And then upcoming is the governor's January proposal, which is our initial planning for fiscal year 26-27. Yes.
Could you go back to the 24-25 unaudited actuals middle school loan resolution slide? Please. And I just want to make a point of clarification here, just to demonstrate the accounting purposes, the slide before. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, this 1.5, yes. Just a point of clarification, the settlement proceeds indicated in this slide were actually first allocated by resolution by the board in June of 2025 to be allocated to the middle school. And that is how those settlement proceedings, that's how we account for those settlement proceedings. They were never allocated to SV or SOC, but the board did take action in June 2025 to officially allocate them to the middle school.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions on the fiscal year 24-25 unaudited actuals? Seems like ages ago, but we're always working like 2 fiscal years overlapping, so. All right, thank you for that. And then, so my last presentation is maintaining a positive cash flow. And so what is a cash flow? Cash flow forecast tracks the movement of money in and out of an organization over time. The cash flow statement shows an organization's sources and use of cash, how well it can manage expenses when revenues come in, and any payments for balance sheets like debt, accruals, or capital expenditures. The focus is the timing of cash inflows, such as revenue, and outflows, expenditures, so that we are able to meet our financial obligations. Cash cannot be negative. This is a living, breathing document, and it is currently located in the fiscal year 25-26 Finance and Audit Committee shared folder in the Google Drive. I did check that each of you do have access to that folder. And so you guys are able to go in there and take a look at it. And as I mentioned, it's a living, breathing document, so it is updated regularly. So how is cash flow different from budget? So budgets track income and expenses over the fiscal year. So July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. It is a projection of how much revenue and expenditures the organization is slated to receive and spend. It is a tool to help plan programmatic continuity, performance evaluation, and to create financial stability in the event of an economic downturn. Budget is a tool for long-term planning, unlike cash flow, which is generally it's more so covering a shorter period of time and focuses on the in and outflows of cash. So here we have the California Department of Education Principal Apportionment Payment Schedule. So this is how our LCFF dollars get paid to OPA. OPA falls under that first category, that first column of type 1. And so every month, we know we have an idea of how much we are going to be receiving from a cash standpoint. And so this tool is used to help us build that cash flow and we know what to expect, how much dollars we are expected for each school. This is another schedule that helps us with planning our cash flow, which is the in lieu property tax payment schedule. And as I mentioned before, this is the lion's share of OPA revenues. It is slightly different than the previous schedule, but again, this tool is used to help us build our cash flow and ensure how much money we are expected to be receiving every month for our in lieu property tax payments. So here, the next slides I'll just be showing, the cash flow for each middle school, but this is what it looks like when you go into that Google Drive and click on that spreadsheet. As I mentioned, it's a living, breathing document. The first column, July, as you can see, the colors of the numbers are different than the rest of the document. And so that represents, that yellowish kind of color represents that month has closed. And so those are represented now by actual numbers for that month. We're still working through August month end closing. And so once that happens, those numbers will change colors and updates will be made to represent actual numbers. And so as we go on throughout the year, changes will be made, as needed based on what is actually received for the month. Currently, these numbers represent what was in the preliminary budgets back in June. This document will change once first interim is presented and then approved, and again will change with second interim, as well as one with unaudited actual. So I went back to fiscal year 24-25, updated those spreadsheets to represent the unaudited actual dollar amounts. I do want to highlight for the middle school, if you can kind of see towards the bottom there is the loan repayment plan. And so that was included back in June as well. That was discussed. And so that was included and approved in the budget. And so we will begin making repayment plans to that $600,000 line of credit beginning this month with monthly payments of $6,000. And then towards the very bottom of the screen, then you'll see the line of credit balance row. It'll start to decrease beginning this month of September. And the goal is to finish the year bringing that balance down to $540,000. Okay. And Saddleback Valley, they're not paying any loans back or anything like that. So theirs looks slightly different than the middle school, but other than that, the rest is pretty much the same. I do want to point out that as you see at the top, the beginning cash and Commerce West, we do separate out cash represented in Commerce West, which is our checking account. And then we do separate out the cash that sits at the county office. So we have those two buckets of money in essence that we plan and use for our cash flow purposes. And so if need be in a time of we're short at Commerce West, we can very easily request a transfer of funds from the county office to get them transferred over to our Commerce West checking account. And then lastly here, we have South Orange County. I do want to point out here that towards the top, you see those numbers in red. That's just to highlight that this is the cash collateral for that middle school line of credit. So this amount, the $2.09 million, is what's used as collateral for the middle school loan. And so that money is not available for use. It's basically frozen money. Other than that, the numbers represent the same with your total receipts at the top, which is money coming in, and then total disbursements, which is your money going out. Okay, any questions with cash flow? Yes.
So on your projections, are you basing that off what enrollment numbers?
Adopted budget.
Adopted budget?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a follow-up question then. For the middle school specifically, our enrollment numbers are not on budget for our adopt numbers. Can someone give me an update on that? Like what is our projected enrollment number versus? And how are we gonna, at what point are we gonna shift to our low enrollment budget expenses because our revenues have not been met there for middle school?
So the middle school enrollment is 510 students. So we are about 25 students down from the budget projected enrollment that we adopted in June of 2025. So we are looking at the current middle school budget and more importantly, the expenditures that are coming out of that budget to make sure that if we are expending as we are expending money, that we are trying to turn that down, dial that down, and be conservative in terms of expenditures. Some of those expenditures that have come in already for, say, curriculum or things that custodial supplies, things of those natures that just make the school run. We are looking at, since it is a new school site, what is the rate of some of those utilities or custodial supplies that we budgeted for, and are we on track? Or where we are we on track with what the budgeted amounts are per month, or are we exceeding or are we decreasing? But we are trying to hold those down to very conservative lines. We wouldn't go back to a non-adopted budget. We wouldn't change the budget. However, we are tracking those expenditures to make sure that we are not overexpending. And if we do see that we are getting a little high on expenditures, then we need to make sure that we decrease expenditures elsewhere to compensate for that.
Okay, I think that once kind of to me, we're already at the end of first quarter, and that's lost revenue that we're not. And so to me, I'd love to hear a plan about where are you going to make sure that lost revenue is recuperated in the expenses specifically. So that would be, I think that's just a helpful proactive strategy to manage the budget. So we're not sitting, 3-6 months from now having to make difficult decisions.
And if I may add, at first interim, which will be presented in December, we'll capture a lot of this.
Okay.
A lot of this pretty much, we'll make those enrollment updates, ADA updates, staffing adjustments, expenditures adjustments, so that most of it will be reflected at first interim.
Okay, but then you'll be off,
But
you're
we're
not operating in that
Oh, right, we're aware where we're now that we are
Okay.
under enrollment, so we are aware that we need to, spend less.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to items for presentation. E, business operations support, Dr. Fricker.
Good evening. So I want to briefly just get everybody up to the same line on the business operations and the business operations support study. This is a study that we are going to be conducting to ensure efficiency compliance of the central office and all of our departments. It's just an overview and a kind of in-depth look to see where are we operating versus our current practice and what would be compared to, say, best practice. And if we meet that, or if we would need to adjust some of our current practice to meet a higher level of practice. And we do want to identify areas of improvement so that we can have long-term sustainability and compliance for the entire organization. So the organizational review of the central office would include human resources, fiscal services, operations of instruction or academics, and student services, which would include special education. We want to evaluate structure, staffing, segregation of duties, culture, and like I said before, best practice, and provide recommendations for the efficiency to increase of efficiency, effectiveness, and integration across our central office. We did go to 2 different organizations to solicit information as to how their organizations can help us conduct this study. We looked at FICMAT first of all, where its primary mission is to help California, their local TK through 14 educational agencies identify, prevent, and resolve fiscal operations, data management, any challenges by providing management assistance and professional learning opportunities. And their scope would really oversee business and financial consulting, legislative and governmental relations, executive searches and training and workshops. We also looked at School Services of California. Their primary business, they primarily look at the overall business, financial management, advocacy resources, and the California educational agencies. Leadership teams would include former school business officials and then state government executives that conduct this work, and their services would include business and financial consulting, legislative and government relations, executive searches, trainings, and workshops. So they're very similar in their scope. Key differences between the 2 organizations result within the start time with which they could conduct this work. FICMAC could start in October. The school site visits, where they interview staff, board members, and related individuals, would be in November. They would then do a document review of documents and those interviews to formulate a report, and that could be done in December. And the cost would roughly be around $20,000. School services would have a little bit of a later start. It would be in December, where we would do the document upload. The school site visit or the office visit would be in January. The report would come out towards the end of February, and their cost is slightly more at about $30,000. Looking at the overall process, it does start, like I said before, with document upload and a review. They prepare for those interviews. They interview staff, board members, and the like. And then they have a data review where they formulate their final report. FICMAT is typically more of an audit nature, where School Services of California is more of a study nature. So I say that because there could be some implication on what those 2 reports would include. The board would have full report options of either one of the organizations that we would select. the timeline and cost for school services, like I mentioned before, could not be done prior to January. The field work, either the staff interviews and depending on scheduling, usually takes 1, 2, or possibly 3 days. They try to be very efficient with their time when they do come, and the draft reports that with either one would take about 6 to 8 weeks to complete. And then finally, the recommendation would for looking at both corporation or both companies that could help us do this in-depth study. I think that the school services could have a broader study for the entirety of the central office. It would include instruction, student services, fiscal, human resources, and then all the other operational areas. I do understand that it would have a slightly later start as of January for the on-site visits. But I do think this timeline, if the board would agree, could still produce the same result. I do think that the report would be more global and more study focused, and it would give you a cross-operational view of the central office instead of just finances and human resources, which is what the FCMAT study would generally entail. And then that final report would be intended to be a working tool to elevate our current practice to what they would guide us towards best practice. And we did think that an organizational study versus, say, an audit would be kind of where we would want to land. So this is just information for the board's consideration as we move forward with having this generalized study be conducted at the central office level. And I would open it up for questions.
I'm just curious, in talking to them, did they explain exactly what they're gonna offer at the end? Like, are they gonna come up with solutions? Or are they just gonna identify problems? Like, this is the problem, or do they have some sort of a framework or something that they offer for us to then act upon that? Or are they just gonna say to a back office? Did they say anything about that?
They didn't say anything about being prescriptive in terms of the solutions that they would provide. I think it would be perhaps not knowing what they're going to see or the depth of what either the document review or the interview review would reveal. So I would not say that they would be, they didn't indicate that they would be prescriptive in nature. They did say that they would take a thorough examination of the areas that they currently focus on. School services is just a wider swath. It's a wider look at all of the departments where FCMAT was a more general in terms of the fiscal impact and the human resource impact or departments. They did say that they would provide us guidance on what best practice would be and make suggestions to how to improve our practice. So both of them did indicate that that's where their expertise lies. One is just much more broad and one is really restricted to about 2 departments.
And they're supposed to look through our standard operating procedures.
They look through our policy, our standard operating procedures, our current practices or procedures that we put in place. And that's either by the thorough document review that they do and with the interviews that they conduct. So this isn't for board decision or direction. It's just opening up the conversation on looking at a study for our central office. So any other questions?
Did we confirm that they're able to assign someone to us with charter expertise?
They did say that either organization, charter schools do request their work and that they would try to align an individual with charter experience as one of the members of their team. And the school services of California, the reason for the delay in school services is that so many charter organizations, probably with the legislative bills that have been put on the docket for consideration and looking forward to some of those fiscal implications from those assembly bills or Senate bills coming down the pipeline. Many charter schools have already gone into partnership with School Services of California to conduct that work. So that's the reason for their delay. They are inundated with a couple other organizations requesting their services.
Are we locked in for a January start, like, or do we need to decide by a certain time in order to keep that January time?
We would bring that, I would like to move forward with requesting an actual contract. We do have a proposal quote from them. They said that they would reserve us a January date, because we did indicate that we would want to get this work done as quickly as possible. And then once we get that contract, we would bring it back to the board, of course, for approval, and then we would lock in that date, but they will hold the date in reserve, she said.
So timeline too then would be, because remember Travis and I are the board designees through finance committee working with Dr. Fricker on this. Just completing review of the scope of work we just received from them. And then being ready to turn around at the next board meeting for board approval of that contract, correct?
Correct.
And then we'd be lined up for the January start date.
Correct. So we would make any edit to that scope of work that a board or legal would like, and then we would turn that around and put it on the agenda for October for a board consideration and approval. And then we would, in that meantime, when they're generating the contract for us, we would try to lock in on that date so we can bring that back to you as well.
Just one more point of context, as we were looking at or considering different sources for these services. We were trying to also be careful not to mix solution providers with the people who are doing the evaluation for us.
Exactly.
Because obviously that could lend some bias, so this choice would, be line up with that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Hey, we tabled E and F in this section, so let's move into items for action. A, ratification of staff laptop purchase. May I get a motion and a second?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so I'll give the motion, member Travis, and who was second?
It's gonna be a smear.
Member Shaw. Is there any questions or discussion? All right, we'll move into vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. B, dissolution and transition of board governance committee and finance audit committee. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Second.
Again, a fight for the second. I'll give this one to member Akasha. Sure. Okay. Do we have discussion? Or questions? All right. Call for vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. C, approval to remove committee alternate selections for executive director committees. I get a motion and a second.
I'll motion.
Second.
All right, discussion.
Just to clarify that this is to prevent a Brown Act violation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was just nothing underneath it,
Yeah,
so
that's why.
thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. D, approval of 2024-2025 unaudited actuals. And this is for all three sites. May I please get a motion?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. And any discussion or questions? All right, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. E, approval of 24-25 Proposition 28 Arts and Music and Schools Funding Annual Report. Again, all three sites. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. And then do we have any discussion or questions?
I had a question. Why is there like a 0.9 full-time employee for SOC, like a 1.1 for another and a 1 for a different site? I just want that back up.
In certain cases, especially with some of our elective or specialty classes, we may have split staff covering the number of service minutes for one school and then have them cover service minutes for another school. So, well, and in certain cases, a staff member in certain situations can be like part-time, doesn't have to be full-time. So we want to record whatever that staff member is doing the most accurate way possible, being that we have to make sure that whatever fund is supporting that staff member, it's properly attributed back to that school site. Oh, Rosa, go ahead.
If I may add to that as well, so there are different levels of funding for each school, so based on that funding, it may not cover a full-time teacher's salary for that specific school site. So that's why there's a variance in the FTE as well, due to different salaries for the teacher providing these services.
I just thought it was kind of interesting because SOC has the largest number of students, but it has the smallest fraction of like the instructor.
And that might be because that teacher's salary is much higher than the other two. And so that funding we see for SOC, we not cover 1.0 teacher staff, that teacher salary, but 0.9.
Any other questions, comments? Right, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. All right, F, approval of board policy 5145.31, harassment, intimidation, discrimination, and bullying, and this is the second reading. May I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Thank you. And then do we have some discussion and or updates?
I had a question. Between the first read and this read, were there any big changes?
There were none.
No, no small changes to just verbiage and inserts of, I think the one main change was the word academies to academy.
So just what was discussed at the board meeting, there was nothing in between the board meetings that were changed.
Did we confirm, I had asked in between meetings about the way the language reads that it captures in these policies, the central office as well, and not just the sites? Was that confirmed with legal? That these policies cover the central office too?
If they do.
Oh, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. G, approval of revised board policy 1312.3, uniform complaint procedures, second reading. You get a motion and a second.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. And again, any questions, comments? I'll just make a comment so everyone's aware. Because this particular policy around complaints is very specific, it doesn't necessarily catch all the types of complaints we might deal with, especially some that the types we've received in our recent history. So I'd asked the staff could explore what another catch-all complaint policy could look like for those types of complaints that wouldn't fall under this policy. All right, any other comments, questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. All right, approval of revised board policy 5145.71, Title IX, prohibition of discrimination on the basis of sex. Again, a second reading. And may I please get a motion and a second?
No motion.
Okay. One second. Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? Motion passes. I, approval of 2025-2026 employee handbook. And this is second reading. May I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
I have several edits if we need to look at. Should I just list them off? Okay, so in the table of contents, there's a 7 before off-duty conduct that should be removed. In the footer of the first page of the table of contents, it has the wrong year. It says 2023, 2024. It should be updated to 2025, 2026. The page numbering is still off. The later you get into the document, the pages are just not, if you use it as an employee to look at that page, it won't be the right page. And the page 11, the Title IX coordinator still indicates the Director of Student Services and Special Education, which is not aligned with the one we just approved, which should be the Chief Academic Officer. So we should just make those edits. In the new policy we just approved, it's the person is like an alternate, not the Chief Academic.
So do we want to approve, amend the motion based on updates
Yes.
to those, addressing those, or do you want them to come back with a change before we vote?
Amend.
Okay. So Member Shaw, do you want to amend
I
your
will
motion?
Amend my motion to include the edits that Member Akashi described.
Was that captured?
Oh, I would amend my motion to include Dr. Akashi's edits to the handbook.
And
And I'll second that.
seconded by Member Fryler. Okay. Thank you. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? Right, the amended motion passed. Items for consent. Let's see, before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Yes. The special meeting minutes. Is that part of the consent calendar?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So which one?
So the special meeting on August 9th. I think Dr. Fricker was marked as absent. That you would.
Can we hold on discussing it? We'll pull it, I'll note
Yeah,
it, okay, and then, yeah, we'll come back to it. Which number was it? I'm sorry.
It's one,
A1.
A1.
Oh, A1, thank you. Any other items do we want to pull?
I wanted to pull C 7, 8 or 6, 7, 8. I have a question about that. And 10.
C, 6, 7,
You know, I pulled
8,
that one.
and 10. Any others? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve all the consent items with the exception of A1, C6, C7, C8, and C10?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those, any opposed? And then any abstentions? All right. And we'll move back to item A1, the special meeting.
So Dr. Fricker is marked absent, so she should be marked as present as a non-voting member.
Well, I noted there's lots of member or people listed there that are not voting members, but
It's like another category.
yeah.
So we'll separate it to a separate category, because I can't say aye in a roll call because I'm not a part of the board.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get to approve those next meeting.
We'll get there.
Or we could approve them based on them switching them out, right?
Can't do that, yeah.
Can we do that again? Yeah.
Do we want to do that? Okay, so then can I get a motion to approve the special meeting minutes with the corrections of separating out the voting versus non-voting members and correcting who was absent?
You wouldn't actually have any absence though. You would just show your voting members and your non-voting members, and then the roll call would show your present as it's reflected correctly in the regular meeting.
So you're saying the non-voting members don't say present or not present?
Yeah, exactly. There's no
just-
absence. They're just
Yeah.
there because they're there.
So the ones who are absent just wouldn't be listed.
Exactly, exactly.
So I make a motion to move the minutes with the edits of the non-voting members that were present to be listed separately in a different category. Right?
Yeah, no, I guess my only other hangup is that they're technically not members of the board. So I guess that would be my only other question is it literally says non-voting members. And so,
Why don't, yeah, well,
yeah, so
why
I'm
is it
just,
even on there, right? We
well,
don't,
that's the question.
we don't typically list other people on the.
Yeah. Well, the new one, the new.
So do we want to have any participants that are not board members, just not listed on the meeting minutes?
And that's the question.
No.
Just make it.
I mean, we don't typically list them on our meeting minutes, right?
Yeah, no, we don't.
Was there a reason that they were listed this particular time?
I think it's just in the system, it's just important.
Okay,
We're correcting.
so it was not intentional. Okay,
Program, it's a programming, it's a learning gamut. Learning gamut.
Good to know.
so member Akashi, you have a motion on the table,
You already made it.
but does he need to readjust it?
Readjust it.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so-
Yeah.
So I make a motion to approve the minutes with the edit of just having board members that were present. Listen.
I'll second that.
All right, we got it.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, those meeting minutes are approved. Let's get them right.
And it
I know,
considerably
when the
scratched out.
corrections are made, please.
Well, I scribbled all over this, so there you go.
Okay, so then,
Instructional minutes.
yeah, C6.
Yes. It's instruction.
Do you want to, yeah, we're gonna have to approve them all separate.
Yes.
So C6. Approval of 2025-2026 instructional minutes for Saddleback Valley.
I make a motion, but I have questions, so.
I'll
It'll
second.
probably be amended.
Okay, so. And then member Filer seconded. Okay. Discussion, questions?
I'll let our new board member go first.
Alright, so I'm just looking between parity at the sites. For TK, the start time is listed at 8:10 for the AM class. Going to 11:15. Which results in differences in instructional minutes between the two sites. I don't have kids at SV. I don't know if the classes start differently or if the minutes are actually different or if it's a typo. That we should.
I had the same question.
It's actually different from AM.
Yeah.
And then. Also, I think. For kinder, for SV, it says that the kinder kids. I think it says they get out at some different time or something like that. So for what's it? Instructional minutes. So kinder, I think it says they get out at 12:30. They get out at 12:30, or do they get out at 12:10, like at SOC?
12:10.
12:10, So that's like 20 extra minutes, that's. It's got more time that's being calculated. Then there's also one less minimum day between for grades 1 to grade 3. There's one less minimum day and one more full day at SB compared to FLC.
Just like school.
Yeah, it's just not, it's a law. I mean,
It's
that's the problem is it's often in AM to PM to TK. It's off when you look between the school sites. So,
And
I- yeah.
and it has Jackie's signature on a date that's after when she was no longer employed.
You do this one.
So do we have a direction for staff on this item? Because I don't think we can vote on it.
Yeah, I think
We'll
I think it needs to
bring
be
it back.
tabled and they need to bring it back to make sure that they're matching between school sites as well as between like the grade levels. And yeah.
So the instructional minutes, the times that they attend. And for grades 1 through 3 at SB, also how many minimum days they have versus how many full days they have.
So, member Travis, do you want to amend your
Yes, I do.
motion?
I would like to amend my motion to table it. Till next meeting so that the instructional minutes can be fixed or revised to ensure that the right minimum days are there, the right hours are there from AM to PM, as well as across the SOC to SB and the minutes, regarding minutes.
And, member Filer, do you second that amendment?
Yes.
Are there any implications with waiting till our next board meeting to approve this? Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on 6? Okay, all those in favor, please, to table, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions? All right, so C7, the minutes for SOC.
It's same, I'm gonna make the same motion
Okay,
to
thank you.
table. And same reasons. Does anybody want to second me?
I'll second.
All right, any questions or comments specifically on this one? Okay, all those in favor to table, please say aye. Aye. Any noes and any abstentions? All right, that's tabled. And then 8, the instructional minutes for the middle school.
So I had two pieces of this.
Do you want to make a motion?
Oh, sorry, can I make a
That's-
motion? Yes.
And your motion is to?
Oh, my motion is that the minutes need to, I don't know if I don't know, because I don't know what my question's gonna answer. What's gonna be the answer to my question?
We'll just make a motion to
Okay, I'll make a
approve and
motion.
then,
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
does someone second the motion to
I'll
approve?
second the motion.
Okay,
Okay. The first thing is it reflects on the second page, grade 7th and 8th, but does not reference grade 6. And so it should be 6 through 8. That was the first thing. And then, I know we adjusted it this year with school not starting until 8/25. So I just wanted to confirm that with that adjustment that was made, we still meet our instructional minutes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, that was my only, that's fine.
Including on minimum days, we meet the minimum.
Okay.
Requirement.
Okay,
Does that mean you don't have homeroom from 8:15 to 8:25?
No, it means it's not counted in the instructional minutes and you still have to meet a daily minimum of instructional minutes. So
And-
we
and
had to make sure that with that homeroom, we still met the requirement.
And that's why it's a different.
It's a
policy.
0. Yeah.
Got it.
okay. So those are my 2 things. So if you would amend it to make sure it's 7 through 8, or sorry, now I said it 6 through 8, then I would be okay to move forward with it.
I'll second that. Sorry.
so, can you state your amended motion?
My
to
amended
approve?
motion is to update the instructional minutes to reflect that it's 6th through 8th grade.
Awesome. And then the second is,
It was Samir. Do you want to do it again?
Sure.
okay,
Okay.
member Shaw is seconding. All right, all in favor of the amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes and any abstentions? All right. Fine. And then was it 10?
10.
Okay. Approval of 2025-2026 staff stipend schedule. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion, questions?
Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go?
No, go ahead.
So one is, I appreciate that this is being updated. But my question is why wasn't this done with all of our other salary schedules and stipends? Why is this now being done?
There really was no fundamental change to the current stipend schedule. We normally put it on just for annual approval. And then if there were discussions that Ms. Burdette was having with the chancellors to see if there's any additional stipends. Some of the programs that we had added last year and or some of the programs that we were thinking of and had prior talked to the board about adding for this year would be additional stipends that would be bringing back to the board for presentation. You would receive a full presentation if there's anything newly coming on, and then the board could take action on that separately.
That answered me.
Yeah, that was all I wanted. If we could request that we try to do this next year when we have our other salary schedule stuff, it just makes more sense that we're looking at the full package at the same time.
Yeah, I think there was discussion that Ms. Burdette was having with the chancellors and then other applicable staff that would impact this being the current and traditional stipends we've had, and then the impact on any additional stipends that we'd be bringing forward. We haven't assigned yet.
Even the one that says 25-26 still says 24-25 at the top in the document.
When
The
you,
WASC stipend, is that unrelated to this stipend schedule?
the WAS stipend would be something that we would be proposing adding.
Okay.
We are currently working with our chancellors who would be addressing or assigning that stipend to staff and standardizing the process for how we would be selecting that person now that we have a new HR person.
So in the coming months, will you be making possibly recommendations that change the 25-26, or will your recommendations be forward towards 26-27 stipend schedule?
For the 25-26.
So it'd be in the current year, you might have more changes coming.
But in some of the stipends that don't have a staff position associated with them, we would have to have a standard, we thought we would have to have a standard process of how we would go about selecting that staff member to fulfill that stipend.
Yeah, but I think no different than all of our other kind of salary planning. It's almost better to have it done when you do the budget. And so to me, that's kind of why anyway we can, even if you don't have a person assigned to it, it's better to have the budget money available and a set aside for it versus kind of, well, now we're gonna have this, you know what I mean? Just better planning. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Do we need to change the date at the top?
Yes.
Oh, because you want to amend,
Yes.
there's a correction?
Yes,
Okay,
I will amend my motion with the correction that it is reflective of this fiscal year. And
Second. Or
okay.
And thank you to everybody that does this work.
I'm sorry, so the amended motion was seconded by
Smear.
Okay, so that's changing. Okay. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, so moved. All right, I think that was it, right, for consent?
Yes.
Okay, executive director report.
I just want to thank the entire staff at SB Elementary and Mr. Wright for your outstanding work, your dedication, your devotion that has earned you a distinguished school award. That is a tremendous honor and accomplishment, and I just want to acknowledge the staff. It was an honor to visit the SV site to this week and just see some of that outstanding instruction put into play. And I just want to encourage SV to achieve their goal as to have another distinguished school board in their future. So thank you to all of the staff and all of the students who have come together to accomplish this. We are preparing for our food service audit, and so that will be coming. We did get the date in February, so we are planning to have different periodic visits to our school services, our school food services program throughout the months of October, November, and December as we prepare forward for that audit. We also have our authorizer visits that are coming up from OCDE in the month of October. So again, I just want to thank the academic team and then the school chancellors for middle school and SV who are preparing diligently for those two visits coming up. And then if, of course, a board member would like to sit on those two school site visits, please let me know and we will make sure that you are a part of that committee. In meeting with the OCDE team.
Sorry, real quick, I know usually SV requires a board member. Is that case issue?
I don't know that they're requiring one, but they're welcoming board members, and up to 2 members would be welcomed on that visit. And we normally have had board members come in.
Yeah, they usually.
Yeah, I want to verify that.
They've usually required us
Yeah.
at SV, not at SOC.
Yeah, but
I will re-verify, but according to the last conversation with Julie, that we were told we didn't have to, but they were welcome to attend.
Is that the one that's on the 8th?
The 8th and the 23rd.
The 23rd is the middle school, and they've modified the whole visit this year, so it's only a half day. So it's a change in the way they did the schedule.
But we will verify.
Thank you.
We'll double verify for that. And then family fun nights are on the horizon, so that's always a fun time. I look forward to seeing all of you.
All right, thank you. Board of Directors reports. Start with member Travis this time.
okay, I yield my time. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody as the school year's kicked off.
All right, member Shaw.
Ditto.
Member Freiler.
Congrats to all the 10-year staff members that are celebrating with us. We appreciate the dedication you have given us. And SV for their award. Wonderful job. And thank you to all the honor societies and parent volunteers. September is a big month and that requires a lot of different moving pieces, but all those efforts are what makes OPA special.
Member Akashe.
Thank you for the multiple intelligence effort to get it out there, and that's the SV again for the California.
And then I just have 2 quick things. I got out to 2 of the 3 university orientations, spent way too much money at both book fairs. But more importantly, I sat in on some really great presentations. So I really appreciate the leadership and especially our professors who provided really informative and engaging sessions. And then the second thing, I co-signed a letter with Dr. Fricker in support of SB 414, which was legislation to provide more accountability around charter schools, but we felt in a very responsible way that we would like to see move forward. So that bill's now gone to the governor's desk, I believe. So anyway, that was another thing that I engaged in that I wanted to share. And other than that, again, ditto with the thank yous to everyone. Really appreciate the constant dedication and hard work that's going on across the board. So with that, we will be recessing to closed session at 11 p.m. on the dot. All right, welcome back. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 1:05 a.m. And public report of action taken in closed session. The board directed staff to evaluate the middle school facilities use agreement and space allocations in relation to exploring options for reducing class sizes. Adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on August 21st. Oh, no,
No.
September 19th, 2025. May I get a motion? and
I make a
second?
motion. I'll second.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any no's, sorry.
No.
Any abstentions? No. And we should note member Shaw had to leave, so there are four of us present.